and the justification of the ICE agent for actually doing that shooting. I talked about it yesterday in detail, and we're seeing more evidence that's coming forward. This particular ICE agent was trying to make an arrest of an illegal immigrant, and the illegal immigrant drug him in his car, and we'll talk about that too. He got up to 30 stitches. So he's been, still out there doing the hard stuff, and he's the kind of guy that has gotten hammered. There's been over 100 ICE agents that have been, hit by vehicles and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's not something new, but Democrats are trying to blow this into another George Floyd type of situation. I called that out very early yesterday to try and bring awareness to it so it wouldn't spark riots. Of course, in Minnesota, they're already starting it because Minnesota is a hotbed for extreme radical liberal ideology. So it's a sickness, right? And the Democrats are pushing it, just like they're pushing white racism. So they did it for years with black racism. Now that's not getting enough, traction for them. So they're going for white racism now, just like they go for we had climate change, so they could bring in their green lie, all that stuff. So the Democrat Party is. I mean, and I'm not picking on the Democrat Party. Both parties are going to go away, I believe, in the near future, and there'll be some kind of new system that's going to be built. That's happening very quickly. Everything is happening very quickly, as we're going to see moving forward. So let's jump into some of this and see where this is going. We're going to see, like I've been talking about, we're going to see a lot of problems with the Democrat Party, and wow, I'm seeing that all of the stuff that I saved for this show is gone now. I had a lineup of videos, and as soon as I went live, it's all gone. Every single thing. It's insane. What the heck? All right. So, wow. My whole show. And I did that show yesterday, and YouTube is still playing games with it. It's not, it's saying it's still loading. So there's definitely some, some pushback on all this. And I had a super incredible lineup tonight that I was going to share. So very, very frustrating that all of that is gone now. That's insane. What the absolute hell? Wow. So, all of us are like, they come in and raid our stuff. This is like, I think the 8th computer that I've had. They come in and, hammer us on our stuff, sabotage us every chance they get. So I'm just going to have to talk about it, guys. Unfortunately, I had, like I said, had incredible amounts of information that I was going to share, and unbelievable, it's all gone. So I'll try and go into my history and see if I can pull some of it back up. But in the meantime, boom, there it goes. All right, so I've got it now. So at least some of it. Zohran Mamdani, yep. So there's one that I had with Megyn Kelly that I'm going to try and pull back up and see if that will come up. Nope. So I go into my history. So anyway, Megyn Kelly came out with a really nice, breakdown of it. I had it all lined up to share that one. So I'll go into my history and try and pull it back up. All right, here it is. All right. Unfortunately, I was going to have to go back a little bit. Let me see if I can find the right spot. Yeah. Wow, craziness. So Megyn Kelly, she's doing a good job. She came out and just hammered this. I think it was really fantastic. So I'm gonna share this and try and salvage while this is playing a little bit. I'll try and salvage some of the other stuff that seems to have disappeared.
Incident last June that was very similar to what happened yesterday. Well, we now have the video of that incident, and
so this is from the particular ICE agent that was did the shooting in Minneapolis or Minnesota, and so she's going to show. They have a video of where he was drugged by this illegal alien, and she's going to go into a little bit of detail of it.
Confirmed with the government that this is the relevant video that Kristi Noem was referencing. This is video of the incident she was referencing involving this same officer. He was dragged during an ICE arrest just this past June and got seriously injured. This same guy, this poor ICE agent. Per the Department of Justice, on June 17th, 2025, law enforcement officers attempted to arrest Roberto Carlos Munoz Guatemala. By the way, this is what ICE officers are trying to do. This is the terrible work that these lunatics are out there protesting against. They'd rather have Mr. Guatemala have access to their children, I guess, because this agent that they're now...
So if you heard my show yesterday, I tried to keep it cool, but you can see Megyn Kelly's getting pretty worked up too. So I think this is the way a lot of us are. We're pretty pissed off about this. The Democrat Party is really pushing this narrative because they're near collapse on many different levels. All their fraud is being exposed across the country. Hopefully they'll be able to pull up a lot of that. Going all the way from one coast to the other. In Maine, they're exposing how they use funds just like they did in Minnesota to fund al-Shabaab in Somalia and other corruption. So that's being exposed in Maine and all the way over into the other corner of the United States. In Washington, we have one of the representatives that is virtually screaming of white race problems. All right, so this is what Mamdani is doing in New York. They're trying to go against white people. They want to seize white people's property, and the Trump administration is basically saying, yeah, you do that and you're going to get hammered by us. So there's a lot of problems that are happening with the Democrat Party. They're getting extremely desperate. We need to stay on top of this, expose it everywhere it happens. Now, they're also looking at California. They put California on notice that they think there's more fraud, way more fraud in California. They're going there to expose it. They're going to have to say, like I said, they were going to do that. I say they have $1 trillion worth of fraud in California. In New York, there's going to be probably a little race, a little competition to see which state has the most fraud. Who's going to get that award? I say California, but New York is going to be a close second, in my opinion. And then, of course, Illinois. So we're going to see a lot of this fraud, which is basically endemic to the Democrat Party, and it's being exposed on a massive level.
Along with his fellow ICE agents. The guy was uncooperative. He refused to follow instructions. After warning him several times, an agent, who is the same agent involved in yesterday's shooting, broke the back window of the suspect's car so that he could open the vehicle from the inside. The man then accelerated his car. You can see it's the same agent. The guy had a mask on yesterday, but same hair. As he sped away, the agent's arm became trapped between the seat and the car frame. You can't see the agent in this video we're showing, but we are showing the car rushing away from the scene. The agent is on the driver's side toward the back, so you cannot see him being dragged, but he's being dragged, and that's undisputed, for more than 100 yards. While the maniac driving the car is weaving back and forth in an attempt to shake him from the car, completely immune to the thought of running over him or what other damage he was causing. The agent was eventually jarred free from the car, but suffered significant injuries to his arms and hands. Look at this. If you're not listening, if you're only listening to this, you've got to go and check out our YouTube at 3 minutes after the hour. His arm looks mutilated, where you can't see his head, but you can see his arms and his legs. And that arm clearly shows the damage of what he had just been through. Okay, this is incredibly relevant to what this guy's perception of the danger was. Now, we'll get into the legal standard, which is more of whether it was objectively reasonable for him to think this woman was going to run over him. But that incident will play into whether it was objectively reasonable. Other ICE agents and other cops have been watching this happen time after time. It's happened over 100 times that ICE agents have been charged, rammed, or dragged by so-called watchers. They're calling her like an observer. You know, like we just have eyes on the cop. You were much more than an observer, madam. These guys are put.
So this term, observer, independent observer, I think that's one of the. I think that's the term they're using. You're hearing it from the mainstream media. You know, they have those. They all get the talking point. So this is all of the Democrat political, mouthpieces that are out there right now are basically saying independent observer. So they're all using the same term, just like they've done over and over again when they're trying to push a narrative. All right. So that the narrative talking points go out to everybody, and then they come out and start to talk this narrative. So same talking point, independent observer, right? As if, she's just somebody out there and they shot her, right? Complete bullshit. And anyone that watches this that thinks otherwise is a liar.
Their lives on the line every day to arrest people like Mr. Guatemala, who was molesting kids. That's what they're doing there. That's what Mayor Jacob Fry appears to object to, not to mention Governor Tim Walz. What a shock. Okay, now we're going to walk you through the key videos from yesterday showing what happened in detail. That video we brought to you yesterday at the end of our show was ultimately the video that President Trump tweeted out as well. It is critical. So many of the people who jumped down the throats of these cops didn't see it or ignored it because it was inconvenient to show her actually accelerating into the cop who shot her. But it's all there on tape. We'll begin with the moments leading up to the shooting. Currently, there are no videos we've seen showing what happened leading up to the incident. But there is a witness account that 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, she's the one who was shot, Renee Good, was blocking traffic, hoping to impede ICE investigations. That's what she was doing there. All right, her wife has admitted it. Democrats are calling her, as I pointed out, a quote, legal observer. Wrong. What's been reported so far about her background makes clear she was there to agitate, and her actual job had nothing to do with the law. She was a poet.
I woke up to some commotion. I heard some whistles going on out front, so I came downstairs to see what was going on. Wasn't even dressed. And there was a car, the Honda Pilot that's crashed over there now. It was a car blocking the 2 lanes of Portland traffic. And the ICE agents got out and they were saying, get out of here, get out of here. She was the main car leading the protest, is my understanding. I talked to another guy who was driving behind her. But she was very successful in blocking traffic. She was doing what she was set out to do, and so they wanted to get her the hell out of there. Yeah.
So it looked like she was impeding ICE vehicles.
Definitely, yeah, that was her goal.
This is a sympathetic witness to her. The clip goes on. She's very angry at ICE. If anything, this woman had a reason to lie to make the woman driving the car, Renee Good, sound better. But there she is on camera saying, very clearly that this woman who was ultimately shot was leading the protests and impeding the traffic across this Portland Avenue, that she was parked perpendicular to the traffic. Now that'll get you arrested pretty much 10 times out of 10. So this is not a fan of ICE, and clearly her eyewitness testimonial is not favorable to Ms. Good. In this still image, you see a federal agent who we believe is the agent who eventually fires at Ms. Good. The agent is being followed closely by a female protester. She has identified herself as Renee Good's wife. She has her phone up, likely recording him. The agent also has a phone in his hand, likely recording her. Did the agent have a negative interaction with these women that caused him to begin recording too? We don't know yet. But clearly something was going on before, and it wasn't needlepoint. We have not yet seen the actual video that was on the cop's phone. But here's video we do have of that moment and what happened afterward. Again, they both appear to be recording each other's actions. You see a gray truck pull up. We talked about that yesterday. 2 federal agents step out. The driver of the maroon SUV, Ms. Good, says, "What's going on?" The officers quickly walk up and tell Ms. Good to get out of the car and then to, quote, "get out of the fucking car." Things are escalating. Good's window is down. She's looking directly at them. There is no way she did not hear the commands to get out of her car, repeated commands. She then puts her car into reverse. And here is the part of the video with sound of the agents making the commands and her beginning to reverse. No! We believe that's her wife yelling no and recording. Right as Good reverses her car, you're about to see the agent who fired the shot move in front of the vehicle near the driver's side headlight. It's video. There's one guy on the side who's blocking the agent at issue, but you can see that there is an agent in front of her. There's one guy on.
All right. So this is where I'll narrate a little bit. So you're going to see him basically walk in front of the car, obviously getting eyes on her, getting her attention. He's right in front of the car. There's no way that she can't see him. Even if she's looking at the other guy, she has to eventually, when she puts it in reverse, I don't know, maybe she doesn't even look going in reverse. And then when she starts to go forward, most people are going to look forward. And so she looked at this guy. He made eye contact with her, I believe. And then she decided to accelerate into him. And this is what caused him to have to pull his weapon, as you're going to see, and shoot her. Now, he's shooting her to stop her nerve action. His life is in danger because he's already been through this. He knows what happens. And other ICE agents have had the same situation. Like you're making Kelly say, over 100 ICE agents have had cars have accelerated towards them and maybe have hit them or have been drugged by vehicles like this gentleman was in a previous incident. So it is necessary to use force to stop someone. Now I saw him after I did that video, somebody said, well, maybe he could have shot her tires. All right, so shooting her tires after she goes by, so he gets potentially run over to begin with. So he's trying to stop her nerve action. So you guys understand that, I hope. When the bullet goes through your ocular cavity or through the nose area and goes into the brainstem, it stops all nerve activity completely. Done, right? Forever in most cases, right? Almost 99.9999% of the time. Once a bullet hits the nerve bundle in the brainstem, you're done, right? So that obviously happened, right? So that doesn't mean if I'm swinging a bat at you and you shoot me between the eyes and it stops my nerve activity, that the bat is not going to continue to come forward, right? And maybe smack you. So that's what happened with him. He hit her and the car kept going forward, of course. So, but at least it didn't, she didn't have the ability to turn the wheel into him even more and run him over. So this is a justified shooting, guys. All right, so he's trying to open the door. He's telling her, fucking open the door. Fucking get out.
It's video.
And here's the other ICE agent in front. Now you're going to see her accelerate into him, and he's going to pull his gun incredibly, because you can tell after this that he's limping away. So it could be from his prior injury, because he gets pushed. In another video, you can see that he puts his hand on the car and he gets pushed. Fortunately, he knew how to like maintain his balance and get pushed back and get out of the way. All right, so here you can see she's turning the wheel. Watch this wheel. She's turning it into him. She is, and he's drawing his weapon, right? So she is purposefully accelerating to hit him.
There's one guy on.
All right, so he's drawing his gun. Nice job. He's obviously has some good range time. I would have done the same thing, guys. I would absolutely have done the same thing if I was in his position. And he does a quick, I would have had a double tap, right? Maybe even a triple tap. But he does it. He does a single shot that I can tell it goes right through the windshield, and that you can see that shot through the windshield, and you can see where she was obviously dead, right? And the car ran into some parked vehicles, and her airbag
Side who's blocking the agent at issue, but you can see that there is an agent in front of her car.
All right, so watch him.
It's right
I don't
there,
know if he gets
black
it here,
and white.
but he's
at first you only see the agent at the driver's side door, and his body is kind of blocking the shooting
he's walking
cop.
it off.
He's fighting to get the car door open as Good goes into reverse. The agent who fired the shots moves into the frame in front
watch the
of
wheel
the
turn,
SUV.
and it
Good is still
accelerates.
reversing backward. She immediately
Pow.
puts it in drive and starts accelerating forward toward the cop. There was zero
So you see how
hesitation
he like
between Good reversing the vehicle
was pushed
and
out of
putting
the
it
way.
into drive and clearly pressing the gas.
and now he's limping.
By the way,
and
this
now
cop
he's
clearly would have
recovering
heard
and walking down
the
there.
car begin to accelerate.
Check it
About
out.
2 seconds passes between the
All right.
tires moving forward
So
and the gunfire. The same
That's-
agent then fires.
that's pretty much, it's very easy to see that was a justified shooting, right? There's other angles where you can see. There's one where it shows him, where he puts his left hand on the vehicle and is being pushed far back, and that's what pushed on his leg, and that's why he was limping there. And unbelievable, good for him. He was able to, as the car is pushing him, draw his weapon and shoot. Bravo, right? It's a good kill, guys. Right? Anyone that says anything other than that, and there's going to be a lot of press, because the press is compromised and the press is part of this evil system that's trying to destroy America, right? So, not picking on Democrats, it's Americans. We're Americans, right? But the Democrat Party, for the most part, is pushing a very, very, very ugly agenda in America, right? There's corruption on the Republican side. There's, child trafficking and pedophilia that's happening on the Republican side. It is pervasive throughout the political system, right? So it's Karen karma, right? So yeah, So the problem with this is that she is part of a Democrat machine that's consciously compromising people's minds and turning them into radical leftists and police. Now, some of the police, and of course, I think it's Jason Fry or whoever the mayor is of Minnesota, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think that's a city. He is a bad boy, and so is Tim Walz. Both of them were there during the George Floyd riots, right? Which were horrific for Minnesota. And now they want to do the same thing. So last night, there were, radical loonies that were out there trying to cause problems. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? So I say that the ICE officers and federal officers really need to descend on Minneapolis, because the police department is basically on the side of these radical lunatics, right? They're allowing this to happen. Now, I don't know what the full public feeling is. I see people make comments, but I'm obviously, and many other people that I've watched are, conservative. We don't believe in this. We believe that illegal criminals should be removed and maybe stand trial and go to jail, and after that go back to their home countries, one-way ticket. But there are some radical lunatics that think that child rapists and people that are stealing the money of Minnesotans, that's perfectly okay. Now, I think the average Minnesotan is not so supportive of that, and I think that that's going to be hopefully a big pushback, because this is something that's still continuing all the way back to George Floyd. So we're looking at 5 going on 6 years now that Minnesotans have allowed this radical lunacy to infect their state, right? So I don't know. Do Minnesotans want this? It's America. So if that's what you want, you're gonna have to face the Justice Department. So it sounds like now we're gonna have basically the Justice Department come in and start to turn things around. Now, I watched JD Vance today on Fox News. He basically had a really good news conference where he basically walked through just what I talked about yesterday, soon after the event, and now he's saying the same thing. These radicals are, it's sad to this woman, but she was very, very possibly radicalized by the Democrat Party to do this type of stuff, and maybe even paid. So another thing that I'm seeing pushed out there right now is for anyone that is receiving benefits. That's how they can, go out and, riot and cause these problems. But anyone that's, arrested that is on benefits, they get them cut off. And I think that's highly justified. So that's how they're able to go in and do these things, because they're free, because Minnesotans, or maybe like I guess this woman was actually from Colorado. So I know they bust these people in from all over the country and pay them to go to some of these places where they want them to have these demonstrations and riots and so forth. So maybe she was supported. Now, there is evidence that a Chinese billionaire is funding some of this. to the tune of $10 million, just like George Soros, who's also not an American, funding a lot of this criminality from these radical leftists. So I think that these people, I think that's coming, are going to be held accountable for funding these riots that are trying to destroy America. So that's what they're starting to look at. They're starting to, okay, blah, 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 blah. Oh, there's one person here that's not, funded, right? Maybe a few other ones that are just, totally brainwashed through the educational system or whatever, that have come in to, do this craziness. So we need to really start to look at that. And that's what the Justice Department is starting to zero in on. So JD Vance, like I said today, basically speaking out. Let's look at a little bit of this. It's an article. If you can, watch if you can watch the whole thing. I think the whole thing, he answered questions. He did a really good job of answering questions. Very presidential, in my opinion. So JD Vance announces new Assistant Attorney General Pam Bondi, all right, not getting anything done. So it looks like they're going to go around her and maybe even replace her because she's not getting things done. So, or maybe she is, I don't know, and they just need to give her more support. So regardless, within the next few days, they're saying that they're going to have an Assistant Attorney General appointment. He's saying that was imminent, noting the nominee could be named within days to address federal fraud claims swiftly. All right. So whoever this is going to be completely focused on this. Of course, this is going to, go, like I said, to all of these different states, guys. Look at that face, that doggy face. So we're going to see this, continue into California, like I said, and Illinois. And of course, there's going to be massive pushback, probably riots that are going to try and stop this from moving forward. We know that's coming. I've talked about it for years. This could be the kickoff for it, and the reason that they're going to use and make this woman, just like they did George Floyd, who that was a complete setup, guys. I talked about this. I had experts come on and talk about it that went in depth. I called it out the day of that George Floyd death was complete bullshit, right? So I don't know. Maybe the guy or whoever that actor was, he was a legitimate actor for porn films, I guess. But he, his knee on his neck, because he was leaning his knee on his neck on the behind where the muscles are. So you have anyone lay on the floor and have someone lean on the back of your neck. It's going to do nothing. Now have them come around and lean on the front of your neck. Yes, you're going to start to be able. You're not going to be able to breathe, right? And you're going to submit very quickly. But on the back of the neck, you can, it's like a massage to me. You put your knee in the back of my neck. I'm like, that's cool. Yeah, let me roll over and do the other side, right? But in the front, yeah, you're going to collapse the esophagus, and it's going to be very painful and very compliant, right? Because I have done that to make people compliant in very crazy situations. On the back of the neck, maybe you control somebody to a certain extent, but if they're struggling, they're going to get out, right? It's not going to do anything. And you see, go look at them again. I've shown that so many damn times and talked about that. I talked about how it was basically, I think, a bunch of actors, all of them, right? Even the crowd. And I get so much flack for that, but I stand by it. I'll point that out. And a lot of people supported me in that over the years once they started to see. So they used that to basically cause these riots because they knew that President Trump was in the process of being elected again. They could not have him elected again, although he was, right? So we know they came in and even with all of that, bullshit that was going on, he still got elected, right? And that's more stuff that's coming out as we move forward. So Vance said, the appointment Vance said could come in the next few days and represents a direct response to claims that millions of taxpayer dollars were diverted. Of course, millions. We're going into the trillions, guys. Absolutely, no question about it. Trillions of taxpayer dollars were diverted through fraudulent billing and false claims tied to federally funded child care and nutrition programs across the country, and lots more. All right. Now, I've had guests on that have talked about the mortgage fraud. That's going to be more and more exposed. So that's coming. Hopefully we'll be able to talk about more of that in the future. But a lot of this stuff has already been exposed, right? And now we're going to get down to the nitty gritty and see who's involved and see how much they were involved, like the governor and so many top people within all these different governments, right? And throughout America. So it's going to continue to, come back and bite these guys and really take them down. So I've been able to pull up some of this stuff that I was that seemed to have like just disappeared while we're talking, and also while videos are playing. So I'll bring some of this stuff up. It's going to be, unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit off from the way I wanted to present it, but it's all going to get out there. So here we go. Let's look at Mamdani. All right, so Zohran Mamdani faces backlash as bus fares rise in New York City. So a little bit out of line what I wanted to bring up first, but so New York City mayor, because remember he promised that there was going to be free bus fares, and now the bus fares have actually increased by 10 cents, but it is not free. It actually went up. Now this fare increase had already been on the books all the way back to September 30th. Now they asked Mamdani, how are you going to fund this? And he said he's going to tax the rich, like the communists do, all right? And he said all the millionaires in New York, he's going to tax them 6% from the point where they make $1 million. Oh, you didn't do the math, did you? All right. So if a New Yorker is making $1 million, the new 6% tax is on $1,000,001. So if he makes $1,000,001, he only gets 6 cents taxed, right? So you thought there was going to be all of that million, didn't you, little knucklehead boy communist who doesn't do math very well? So that is not working out. It's not going to work out, economically. So I think a lot of the New Yorkers are going to start to see they get scammed. And I don't think a lot of them are going to be very happy with that. All right. So like I said, I have to bounce around because I just pulled this stuff up as I had to go back into my history and pull it out. So I didn't have time to line it up. But it'll all come together, right? It'll all make sense. All right, so this is Representative Emily Randall, who is in Washington State. So she's saying she knows who Congress should really target for fraud, and it's not Somalis, it's white people, right? It's white people. One of the reasons Democrats in Minnesota didn't dig into the fraud was that they didn't want to appear racist. And now Democrat Representative Emily Randall of Washington State wants us to ignore the fraud and is setting her sights on the truly problematic people, American citizens, and the less favorite new boogeyman and scapegoat, white men like me, right? So we're going to go into that. All right, so this is problematic because the crime is, not white men. If you take the demographic, yeah, there's a lot of white men, but if you take the number of people from each race that are actually committing the crimes, and you have to look at, unfortunately, the African American race, right? So according to the FBI, we're African American, higher than any other demographic. So, and while they make up 13% of the population, so Randall said this during yesterday's oversight of fraud and misuse of federal funds of Minnesota Part 1, that what Randall asked, she then answers 57%, right? So she's fudging the numbers like a lot of these Democrats like to do. So we go into depth and we look at all of this and we start to see, that the Democrats are the party of lies and deceit and fraud and trying to stir the population up to another civil war. All right. It's not working so well for them. All right. So let's go into another one. Let me see if I can get this situated to the point where I want it. All right, yeah. So this is Tyson De La Cruz. He is in Maine. So here we have Washington, and now we're over in Maine. So Maine has a problem with Somalis too, right? And I promise you, whoever screams the loudest, like that Washington, Congresswoman, that's where we need to look. That's where we need to go look and take a close look at, where the fraud is. Okay. Why are you screaming so loud? The one that screams the loudest. You know how that works, right? So here's another one on the other side. Every corner of the United States, guys, is going to have this fraud. And here's Tyson De La Cruz blowing it up. Independent journalists, we're cranking on these Democrats and these Republicans, these rhinos, and just all of them that have committed this crime, all these crimes.
What is up, guys? Tyson De La Cruz here. Thank you so much for rocking with me. We're not talking about Medicaid fraud anymore. We're talking about American taxpayers potentially funding foreign military operations while Democrats look the other way for years. Let me introduce you to Abdul Ali, a man living two completely different lives. In Maine, he's Way Community Services, a quote-unquote healthcare provider serving immigrants and refugees, but he's openly fundraising to arm the Jubaland Somalia army with weapons, bullets, and military supplies. We go into full details of the whistleblower exposing this just a couple weeks ago from Community Gateway Services. If you want to check out that video, it'll be somewhere in the link above or in the description down below.
Gateway was involved in, there was a mass shooting in Lewiston last year, and they raised I believe it was $6 billion, and most of it.
All right. So I told you guys, don't give to these charities unless you absolutely know the people that are involved. All right. So $6 million went to these charities. Now, another charity that a lot of people gave money to was that one guy that did the Bondi, where we had the Bondi shooting, Bondi Beach in Australia, and the guy that reportedly went and grabbed the weapon from the guy that was a shooter, and he got $1 million. Big fat lie, right? But he got $1 million, over $1 million, because a lot of ignorant people gave to him. Same thing here. A lot of people gave to this charity, and this charity is completely corrupt.
To Gateway instead of to the victims.
So while Maine families donated millions of dollars thinking that they were helping victims of the Lewiston mass shooting, Gateway was siphoning that money away from the survivors who needed therapy and medicals bill paid. And that, my friends, is just the tip of the iceberg. Here's what's absolutely insane. Gateway received over, get this, $28 million from Maine's Medicare program between 2019 and 2024. 3 separate audits found they were billing for services that they actually never provided. Billing for services Medicaid doesn't even cover.
They never provided tens and tens of millions of dollars in Maine. The people of Maine tax higher than most people throughout the United States having their tax dollars stolen. All right. Hello. Come on. We have to get these Democrats out, all the way up to the governor of Maine and everybody else, all involved, guys, just like in Minnesota, right? Minneapolis, right? So you're having the same problems throughout the United States.
And creating fake interpreter claims that surged 283%, while refugee numbers actually declined.
We have already audited you twice, already penalized you, already educated you, and the same problems continue.
Translation, they knew exactly what they were doing and they didn't care because they had political protection. Now here's where this goes from fraud to full-blown corruption. Meet Representative Diak Dalak, I probably butchered that name, one of Maine's first Somalian American lawmakers. Sounds pretty impressive, right? Except she used to work as an assistant executive director for Gateway Community Services LLC, the exact entity under investigation.
So just like Tim Kaine or Tim Walz would have gone all the way to the vice presidency and brought all the corruption, all the fraud knowledge that he has, that he's gained in his home state. He would have brought that to the vice presidency of the United States. So it could have gone all throughout the states, even another level higher, right? So you're seeing the same type of corruption happening in Maine.
For fraudulent billing. And where does she sit now? On the Legislators' Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, the committee that oversees Medicaid spending. The person who was supposed to be preventing Medicaid fraud used to work for a company committing the fraud and potentially funding foreign militaries.
But she sits on a number of boards in the Somali and Lewiston community that oversees hundreds of millions of dollars. The House Oversight Committee, Comey has said her name in a specific document about people who need to be investigated. So she needs to come off of this committee. She can continue to serve, but she shouldn't oversee the taxpayer funds of this state at this time.
Republicans are demanding that she be removed from the Appropriations Committee, and Democrats are calling these demands, you guessed it, guys, racist and reckless. If all else fails, just go to racism, bigotry, and recklessness.
This is an insult to the working people of Maine who punch the time card, who get up in the morning, who go to work every day, pay some of the highest taxes in the nation.
This is the beautiful iron.
So I just recently went to Maine. I was in a LifeWave event where I was speaking at, and beautiful state. I've always wanted to go to Maine, but I talked to the people there. They are incredibly taxed, unbelievably taxed. But they have some of the best lobster anywhere, so that's okay. Right? So it's a shame. It's a shame this is happening, guys. And the beautiful people of Maine, while I was there, I was at the airport getting ready to fly out, and a lot of Mainlanders, or Mainers, or however you call yourself in Maine, Mainers, were there at the airport to receive Vietnam veterans, disabled Vietnam veterans. Huge turnout, very nice. All right, so very supportive of the military veterans, but they are taxed unbelievably. Anything you buy there. When I was at the hotel, huge tax. When I went out to eat, huge tax. So it is a tax state.
Of Democrat governance. They lecture you about equality and compassion while literally stealing from working class Americans. Maine has some of the highest taxes and electrical rates in the nation, and hardworking people are finding out that their money was buying bullets for Somalia instead of healthcare for their neighbors. This wasn't some sophisticated fraud scheme that fooled everyone. State auditors identify suspicious patterns 5 years ago. The Department of Health and Human Services conducted 3 separate audits.
So same thing in Minnesota. They have been trying to call this out for 5 years. So 5 years, same thing in Maine. But they get stonewalled by the Democrats. And you can't vote the Democrats out because they steal the elections.
over $2 million in fraudulent billing. And Democrats did, you guessed it, again, absolutely nothing until the Minnesota Medicaid fraud scandal made nationwide news, and they couldn't ignore this anymore.
In recent weeks, we've seen massive welfare fraud scandal break out in Minnesota, and the fraud here in Maine has disturbing similarities to that in Minnesota. 7 months later, we are finally seeing some action with the suspension of funding to Gateway.
Governor Janet Mills, complete radio silence. House Speaker, absolutely nothing. Senate President, crickets. Attorney General, nowhere to be found. They protected this operation.
All right. So, the same thing, fraud is widespread, right? It's being exposed, and everybody is crickets. No one's coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Of course, that would be a big fat lie because, this has been going on for 5 years being exposed, and they haven't got down to the bottom of this. So I see that I'm getting jammed in my broadcast. So I'm going to flip over to, another, I'm not going to say which because maybe I'll go, jammed as well. So I'm going to switch over to another internet service provider. And so you're going to see me go blank just for a second, but we shouldn't have any interruptions going forward, hopefully. All right. Hopefully it was worth the wait. All right. So this, it's a tough business to be in, bringing out the truth, isn't it? It's very frustrating sometimes. All right. So, we've seen a lot of the corruption. We've seen a lot of it exposed. Right now, we're seeing super flu. My buddy, David Nino Rodriguez has been sick for 10 days. Of course, he's not on LifeWave. So your boy Michael is. Your boy Michael uses glutathione. Super flu surges in 45 states, and doctor visits reach a 30-year high. One of the keys to avoiding hospitalization. So we have to look for the things that are going to make a difference. So glutathione, if you sign up for a LifeWave account during the next
over $2 million in fraudulent billing. And Democrats did, you guessed it, again, absolutely nothing until the Minnesota Medicaid fraud scandal made nationwide news, and they couldn't ignore this anymore.
In recent weeks, we've seen massive welfare fraud scandal break out in Minnesota, and the fraud here in Maine has disturbing similarities to that in Minnesota. 7 months later, we are finally seeing some action with the suspension of funding to Gateway.
Governor Janet Mills, complete radio silence. House Speaker, absolutely nothing. Senate President, crickets. Attorney General, nowhere to be found. They protected this operation.
All right. So, the same thing, fraud is widespread, right? It's being exposed, and everybody is crickets. No one's coming out and saying, oh, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Of course, that would be a big fat lie because, this has been going on for 5 years being exposed, and they haven't got down to the bottom of this. So I see that I'm getting jammed in my broadcast. So I'm going to flip over to, another, I'm not going to say which because maybe I'll go, jammed as well. So I'm going to switch over to another internet service provider. And so you're going to see me go blank just for a second, but we shouldn't have any interruptions going forward, hopefully. Private property and blasted home ownership as a weapon of white supremacy. So they're going to go out and seize white people's homes, right? I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think all the races are going, well, if they pick on the white people, they're probably going to pick on us eventually. Of course they will. So, it's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing. It's unbelievable. So the Department of Justice notified New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani that anti-white discrimination would not be tolerated. Right? Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights Harmit Dillon announced Tuesday that she was putting New York officials on notice about attempts to racially discriminate or deprive citizens of their rights. Now, I don't know, maybe there's people in New York City that think that's fully justified. I'm not sure. I don't know. What do you guys think? Throw it in the chat. Let's see. You guys think that it's okay for them to seize white people's property, right? So, because they're discriminating against non-whites by having property. That sounds legit, right? So they're going to seize it because that's what communists do. So yeah, absolutely not. No. And exactly. And who put in Mamdani? Yes, I don't know. Yeah, what people voted him in. So the young folk, I guess, and the people that are probably not from New York that were allowed to vote, and the people that have been New Yorkers for their whole lives, grew up in New York, they're probably like going, "What? We didn't even vote for this guy. How's he even talking this bullshit?" So yeah, a lot of you are like, no, 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 and no. Right? So but you know, I guess that's what New Yorkers wanted. They're finding out, right? F around and find out. So they're finding out. How long will Mamdani be there? Will the Trump administration be able to save New Yorkers from themselves? I don't know. And should New Yorkers be saved from themselves for having done stupid? I think so. I think we should help New Yorkers. Maybe they'll start to listen to us. It's like, and stay in the love vibrations, right? You stay in the love vibrations, and a lot of times you're not going to do stupid, right? You're not going to get hoodwinked by the evil side, right? So if you get all angry and frustrated because the Democrat Party is, pushing in that direction, they control you. That you're giving them power by being in that state of consciousness. So don't go there. All right. It's very easy. It's very simple. Stay in the love vibration. And when you hear stupid people say stupid things, you're like, that's stupid. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't know if that's a New Yorker way they would say it, but sounds cool. All right. Right. Trump prepares to bomb Iran. All right. It's if it doesn't happen tonight, probably going to happen tomorrow night. All right. So, and not just Iran, just generally, the IRGC, which is basically the Iranian, Islamist, and the Iranian people have pretty much gotten their country back, but they're starting to be shot up. And Trump has already said, then we're coming in. So this is a great opportunity to take down evil in the world, guys. And this is fabulous. It's happening around the world. It just happened in Ukraine, Venezuela, not Ukraine yet, but Russians are taking care of that. But Russians getting a little out of control out there, Russia, trying to get some free fuel from Venezuela, like China, right? Or very, very low cost. I don't know what you guys are doing, but you're gonna have to stay in your lane. And we just, I guess, seized a Russian ship. I think we've seized a couple, maybe one or two of them. But there was one that was doing some fishy stuff down in Venezuela. And then they sailed away, and they were followed, and the U.S. seized them. Now, Juan O'Savin talked about how there was a Chinese ship that was shipping some high-tech machinery to, I think it might have been sent it to Iran so that they could use it for missiles. right? And Navy SEALs, hello, Navy SEALs, Delta, we got them all out there, and they're kicking some butt. So Navy SEALs basically boarded this ship and melted down the technology that I guess is worth millions of dollars, but they melted it into a big metal clump and then left. And it's like, that's the way it's done, right? You don't have to seize a ship. We just destroy the problem. And if you don't resist or get in the way, then there's no problems with you, right? So, but if you come in and you try and do stupid, you F around, you're going to find out, right? So Trump prepares to bomb Iran. Strike package on alert. In the United States, the only time this has ever happened was, during 9/11, where they completely shut down air traffic. They did that in Greece just recently, right? And seems to be a lot of military cargo moving around that area. And I think we're going to see probably some incursions, possibly by the military, into Iran. Now, a lot of you guys out there, like myself, over the years, have bought the Iraqi dinar. You know where I'm going with this? So who's been under the thumb? Everybody thought it was the United States. It's Iran has had Iraq under their thumb, and that's why the Iraqi dinar hasn't gone 4-1. All right. So if you have millions of Iraqi dinar, like I do, oof. So if you don't have any, you better go out and get some. So I think it's going to be soon, guys. Maybe not tomorrow, but sometime within the next few weeks or months or whatever. Those Iraqi dinar are going to go big, right? All right. So this has happened before in the past, and I think it's going to happen soon. So these are another reasons why you should be very excited about the windfall that's coming from President Trump going around the world and knocking hell out of them. All right, that's what he says. We're going to knock hell out of Iraq or Iran if they start to hammer their people. We're going to knock hell out of them. I like it. So let's see what he says.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great. Now let's get into it. As people who've been following the channel know, we are witnessing an unprecedented situation in Iran. Iran has had protests over the years. No question about that whatsoever. But we are witnessing something that, quite frankly, I have not seen before. And that is the regime possibly being on its last leg. The regime, the Islamic regime, possibly fighting down to the final seconds. Why is this critically important? Support for the regime has dried up. Russia is unable to come to their aid other than shipping them weapons. We know at least 5 Russian transport planes did enter Iran in recent days carrying some unknown cargo. Syria, another ally of Iran, already fell. There are no other allies for Iran in the region. It's unlikely, or certainly appears so far unlikely, that China is going to come rushing to Iran's aid. So we have a situation that is unfolding in front of our very eyes where Iran is more isolated than they've ever been, and they're more military weak than they've ever been after Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuke program, taking out Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Fordo and Natanz hit with 30,000-pound bunker busters. Isfahan hit with a bunch of cruise missiles. Keep the cruise missiles in mind because we are going to get into that shortly. So we're...
All right. Will cruise missiles be used again? Very likely, right? Very likely. So I think they're going to be taken down within the next few weeks or less. And we'll see the Pahlavi and his wife come back to Iran. So the crown prince will soon be the king of Iran again. And the people are loving it. The people are calling for it. And they're kicking out their Islamist controllers. So here is Goldie Gamari. She's another person that's basically disclosing on this. Let me see where I've got this at. I did have it loaded perfectly. Dang it. I think this is about it. So we'll give it a go here.
Get that on CNN. You're not going to get that on, like, I don't know, like all the leftist mainstream media, whatever. You're not going to get that there. But that is the truth, okay? And this is why I'm so grateful that all of you are here, because I hope that students went out and they started protesting. However, this is the important context that the mainstream media and non-Iranians won't give you. And I include like communists, Islamists, and progressives, right? So the important context that these people won't give you is that even though the collapse of the real is what sparked the protests, right? Within 2 hours, the protests went from complaining about the real to overthrowing the Islamic Republic. But more than that, it wasn't just about overthrowing the Islamic Republic. It was about Iranian people saying that not only do we not want the Islamic Republic, we want our Shah to return, His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi. We want him to return Iran, and we want him to lead the transitional government that's going to transition Iran from a totalitarian Islamic dictatorship into a functioning secular democratic society. Okay, so that's really important. That's the context. You're not going to get that on CNN. You're not going to get that on, like, I don't know, like all the leftist mainstream media, whatever. You're not going to get that there. But
so yeah, you're not going to get that because they promoted this. They promote the Islamists, guys. We have to get rid of the Islamists here in America and around the world. This is what the Iranians are doing, and they're doing an exceptional job, and we're going to back them up and help them finish that job and take it to its conclusion. And then it's going to spread around the world. So this is a lot of people haven't been seeing this because, again, the mainstream media and the crooked NATO countries have all benefited from this illicit regime. Now, one of the things that we're going to do is use this now collapsing illicit regime and their nuclear capabilities to control the world with that. All right. So President Trump went in and basically took that capability away. So now that regime is about to collapse, and we're going to continue to see this type of collapse. And we've been seeing this type of collapse happening all over the world in lots of different countries already. So now Iran, the extremely corrupt regime there, the people for decades. I can tell you before we even went into Afghanistan, I talked to an Iranian woman that was, her son was dating a friend of mine, or her son's daughter, whatever, anyway, was dating a friend of mine. And so I was talking to this woman, and she was like, you don't need to go to Afghanistan. You don't need to go to Iraq. You take out the problem in Iran, and all the others will collapse. And by God, everywhere that I went for over a decade after I talked to this woman, Iran was fomenting all the violence and so forth. In every country I went to, Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Yemen, all of them, guys. So now we're going to take that away, and now we're going to have peace in that region and fair trade, and everybody's going to be peaceful, wealthy, and happy. It's incredible because these regimes, just like here in the United States with the Democrat Party, they steal our wealth for themselves. All right. We work ourselves to the bone while they're stealing our wealth. This is going to stop, and we're going to become around the world. We're going to become it's peaceful. There won't be any more of these wars, and everyone's going to be successful. There will be a level of prosperity that will be unbelievable around the world coming soon. So this is what we're seeing. It's a fantastic time. But like she said, and I've been saying, you're not going to see this in the press because the press is controlled by them, right? So as they collapse and these different, press control systems eventually collapse because they're not being funded like they used to, because we're drying up their income, right? That was coming across the borders and from all these different countries. They're stealing the oil from Venezuela. It's going to China and Russia, who already has tons of oil. What the hell they need the oil for? Because they're getting it for cheap. Cuba also was getting oil from Venezuela at the expense of the Venezuelan people, who basically have gone into a communist system there, unfortunately. And most successful Venezuelans have left the country. Most successful Cubans have left their country for decades now, of course. And once those countries are turned around, same thing in Canada, all right? Once all these countries are turned around, then people will go back to those countries and they'll become prosperous and peaceful. It's going to be amazing, right? It's very simple. It's very simple. You just have to find the source of all the corruption, pretty much the political system here in the United States, and remove that, expose it, arrest the people that are involved so they can never have any activity or come back and do these illicit things again. So they need to, some of them I think will probably be executed. Some of them will stand trial and go to jail, Gitmo, and wherever they're going around the world, and bases where they'll stay for a very long time, probably for the rest of their lives, hopefully, so they never have the opportunity to come back and do their bullshit again, right? So this is coming. So the rest are very, very close. As you heard, J.D. Vance is talking about, somebody coming in that's going to be involved in, probably very fast prosecutions, I believe. Pam Bondi seems to have somewhat been controlled by the media. I'm not even going to touch Dan Bongino. I touched Dan Bongino years ago, and got a lot of flack from that. Even got flack from Rumble because Dan Bongino owns a piece of Rumble, and so now a lot of people are looking at very hard at Dan Bongino, who has now identified himself as not someone for us, not a MAGA patriot and savior after he quit the FBI. All right. So a lot of people are going to expose themselves. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. A lot of these people are just corrupt people that talk a nice talk occasionally, and people follow them and think they got great stuff because they expose something somewhere. But a lot of them are going to start to be exposed. We're going to see a lot of truthers that are out there are going to get exposed for having worked for the CIA and have been funded by the CIA and have lots of success from the CIA. I see them. I've seen them for a while. All right, so they'll only expose how they do. I've exposed people and got a lot of kickback. Just better to let everybody find out, right? As I've learned the hard way, I expose these people and call them out and just get from their organizations get attacked heavily for one, and then for people that are unfortunately consciously compromised, believe in these people, and then push back. All right, so a lot of this stuff is going to get exposed going forward. A lot of these people are going to get exposed, and that's the beauty of this, of the consciousness that is expanding, the renaissance in consciousness. I've talked about this for years, and here we are in that position. Now, and I see my last slide, unfortunately, it's out of whack, but it is the last one. I just pulled it up as, I was going to talk about this earlier, but it kind of puts things in perspective as we end the show. Why do the Democrats want to attack Whitey? All right. Why do they want to attack the white people? Right. Because I know for a long time, and most Democrats, I think, are probably white. I don't know. So I know they were during the Civil War, but if you look at them, partisanship by race, ethnicity, and education, you're going to see the Republican Party now holds a 15 percentage point advantage among white voters. Oh, okay. So maybe that's why. Yeah, that's why the Democrats are going after Whitey, right? So this double-digit lead for the GOP among white voters has held for more than a decade, right? So, Democrats are corrupt beyond belief, and Republicans are a hot second to that, right? Between the two of them, they're both going to go down, both going away. All right. So you see, if you see their mouths open, you just no, just shut up. All right. Just shut up. So, but it is kind of fun to watch them because they reveal, and you see what their agendas are, and then you can, move and on the chessboard and overcome them, right? We've taken their queens, their Hillary Clintons and other queens that were out there. Who's the other queen that was just trying to run for office? Guys, it's just so forgetful. So for people that you just want to forget, it's like, who's that woman that was running for the Democrat Party? Geez, I just hit the flush button and I just forget them. It's like, oh, they're gone. Oh, good. Flush. And yeah, all the queens are going away. And Kamala. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Blue Skies, Mom. So Kamala is Kamala Namor. She's coming Lamar. And her buddy, who's I think a switch hitter, Tim Walz. You see him, and when he had his leather pants on, his cowboy hat, he was dancing in a gay hotel place. Right? I was like, yeah, and the way he handles himself, and of course, you got and I don't care. He was a gay guy, and he's basically a conservative guy that's been he's had lots of pushing back on the Democrats, and they pushed back on him quite a bit. So he came out and said that, yeah, pretty much all of Washington, D.C. is just gay, right? So, and that's coming from a gay guy. So, so you gay guys out there, what do you guys think about Tim Walz? And of course, gosh, we just go down the list, couldn't we, of this one and that one? And because a lot of gay guys have actually attacked some of these people that are in these political positions, calling them out. So I think that, we're going to see a lot more of that going forward. Yeah, gay people calling out other gay people. So, yeah, you're making us look bad. Stop. Right. So we're gonna see more of that. Right. So I think that's all I got for tonight. I don't have it. Let me look through my stuff. Nope, that's it. So covered quite a bit. I guess you guys are see that nice setting sun. So it's a setting sun on the Democrat Party and the Republican Party and the Muslim extremist, right, Islamist, setting sun on all of them, right? And a peaceful world coming that's full of prosperity, and it's going to be one of love. Stay in the love vibrations. All right. Good vibrations. All right. So, so you're going to be, pleased with what's coming. Of course, we have to expose stupid. And as stupid gets exposed, stupid goes away. All right. And we don't want lies and stupid and fraud and all the bullshit that goes along with it. And the people that are trying to start us fighting against each other, we don't need it. Yes, popcorn time. So But yeah, you better get your popcorn quick. How? Oh, 5 minutes has gone by. There's more shit out there, right? That I could be talking about. It's coming fast and heavy. All right. Yep. You're going to need that popcorn. Gourmet. Get some gourmet because then you'll enjoy it more. And you slow. Gourmet, I think popcorn is more satisfying, so you don't eat as much. So I don't know. Good night, everyone. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time. Democrats are going to try to use this shooting in Minneapolis as another George Floyd type of riot all across the country. Because we know that the Democrats, and we've talked about this, are in deep poo-poo, right? Right. And they're in trouble. And we just saw Tim Walz yesterday say he was going to resign from running for governor. And today we have a shooting, right? Now, I've looked at this shooting and it's legit. You guys know that I have been, for most of my life, involved in, the officer that was involved in this was almost hit by this woman in a vehicle, and probably other people's lives, because who knows what that woman would have done if she had gotten by. Maybe she would have turned around and then rammed more people. So this is one of the things that we're going to start to see more of, right? This attempt by the Democrat Party to rile up their base so that they start to do these riots. So it takes the heat off them, like happened during George Floyd riots. I said that George Floyd riot, the George Floyd incident, the moment it happened, if you know, I've had different people on that have talked about looking in at some of these events and determining whether they were real or not. And I looked at the George Floyd, and I said all along that it was not a real thing, right? It was staged, and now this one is not staged. Now, what they want to do is they want to rile up these extreme leftist lunatics and get them to do crazy stuff so that this type of stuff happens, and then they come out and rile up their base with it, making false claims like is happening right now. So let's jump into a little bit. I'm gonna run through several things because of other shows that are going on, but this is extremely important, I believe. So we need to look at this. So let's get the background on this. Minneapolis daycare targeting Nick Shirley YouTube video is now closed. So if you look at some of the news organizations, they say there was no justification for him coming out and going against this. So again, spreading false information on truths. So this is what's going on. CBS News conducted its own analysis of several of the day centers Shirley mentioned. All but 2 had active licenses, according to state records, and all active locations had been visited by state regulators within the last 6 months. So here they are trying to diffuse what should be getting Minneapolis residents in Minnesota, the state of Minnesota people all riled up. So they're trying to turn that back off. And then, of course, their radical base that they're trying to inflame, they're trying to deconflict what is truth, right? And make it look like it's not true at all. All right, so other things that Nick Shirley has been investigating, not only the fraudulent daycare centers that are starting to be exposed across the country, but also medical transport companies. And the list is just going to continue, guys. So 1,000 fraudulent medical transport companies. So who's doing all this? So we have, people from Somalia that are useful idiots that they're using to money launder this fraud through so that the Democrats can use that money for campaigning, for paying off their people within the mainstream, lamestream media to spread false bullshit information. You're going to see I'm a little bit riled up about this. I've already calmed down quite a bit after I saw this video, and I heard Mayor Fry come out first. I heard him, blowing it up, and I'm like, that's bullshit. Let's look at the evidence. Now, he said that he looked at the evidence, and there was nothing there, and that the ICE agents were going to spread disinformation. So he's trying to get out there and spread disinformation on what is true. So I'm going to show you guys the video here in a minute after I run through that. Minneapolis is a hotbed for liberal leftist lunacy, guys, all the way back to George Floyd, right? All the way back to George Floyd. So let's look at some of this. Overview of the Minneapolis riots, May 26, 2020, video of George Floyd's fake murder circulated widely. Protests started peacefully but escalated quickly. All right. Escalation to riots, May 27, 29, 2020. Protests turned violent, leading to significant rioting and looting, fires, people being killed. Destruction of the Minneapolis 3rd Police Precinct was set on fire, and extensive damage occurred across the city. Financial impact. Estimated damages reached $500 million, affecting over 1,500 properties. Arrest, approximately 604 individuals were arrested during the unrest. Deaths, at least 19 confirmed fatalities occurred during the protests and riots. The riots led to a prolonged period of civil unrest in Minneapolis, with continued protests against police violence and calls for systemic change. Now, back then, that's when Fry came into, he started pumping his beta male wokeness chest, and it was horrific for real male to look at that. I don't know how you people in Minneapolis allow this to continue. All right, so you guys also might remember Kyle Rittenhouse. Protests erupted in Kenosha after Jacob Blake, a black man, was shot by police. Rittenhouse traveled from Antioch, Illinois to Kenosha, armed with the AR-15 style rifle. He claimed to be there to protect businesses from looters. Rittenhouse shot Joseph Rosenbaum, 36, after Rosenbaum allegedly approached him. He then shot Anthony Huber, 26, who attempted to disarm him with a skateboard. A third man, Gage Grosskreek, was shot in the arm while holding a pistol. Now, I saw all of those shootings, and I saw the guy that was shot in the arm, and it looked fake. I called it. I don't know what Kyle Rittenhouse is up to, but he's into fakery, right? So I've seen gunshots, and that was not a gunshot, all right, on that guy with the arm. And his arm was blown open. They showed there was a video of it. His arm was blown open. So acting, and I don't know what that was all about, but it was fake, right? So there's a lot of fake stuff going on there, I believe, to really rile people up. Now, you guys also might remember where we had the CNN reporter during the same time frame, right? During the same time frame. You see here the phrase "beyond parody" doesn't begin to describe this. One critic reacted. All right, so this is CNN, panned for on-air graphic reading, fiery but mostly peaceful protest. All right, so this reporter from CNN, or that was reporting for CNN, was saying fiery but mostly peaceful protest. So burning, but it's mostly peaceful. So this is the lamestream media basically coming in and taking truths and downsizing them. And then, of course, spinning up different activities that are going on to inflame the public, the liberal leftist morons, so that they go off. So you guys know that I've been saying that we're probably going to see this happen in a lot of big cities, right? And I said that George Floyd protests will look like child's play compared to what's coming. So this may be the thing that happens unless we get on top of this and say, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. We're not going to put up with this bullshit from you liberal leftist assholes, all right? So Hilton. So there was a Hilton. This was days before. So let me share the screen on this one too. I think yesterday there was a Hilton that was basically refusing to allow they were canceling reservations for ICE agents. All right, so this was a real thing. Department of Homeland Security declares war on Hilton over canceled room claims. So we're talking billions of dollars worth of contracts, military, law enforcement, ICE agents, on and on and on, which travel around the country and stay at Hilton hotels because they have a contract with them. So DHS is claiming they're going to cancel that. So Hilton got on top of that. Well, kind of on top of that. Hilton disowns hotel owned by franchisee who refused service. So this was, let's see if they pull up this picture of it. It was a Hampton Inn in Lakeville. So it was a Hilton branding that barring immigration and customs enforcement agents was still in effect after they made a statement that they had Hilton had talked to the franchisee. The franchisee said that they were making it right. There was someone that actually visited the hotel and they were still refusing after they claimed that they were not refusing. All right. So this is some of the things that we're starting to see from these guys. All right. So then Hilton came out and said, we're canceling their franchisee, this franchisee. And so they took away their ability. So Hilton got on top of that real quick. Now Hilton might be taking, notes from other, like Bud Light. Remember when Bud Light went woke and had the transgenders? It was like, no, we don't buy from you now. And they lost billions and billions and billions of dollars in stock portfolios and, people not buying Bud Light anymore. So this is what, happens to the wokeness, guys. And we have to do this right now. People in Minneapolis, come on. Minnesota, please. You guys need to wake up and start to push back on this. You can't stand back and let this continue to happen in your city and your state. Come on. All right. You guys have to get involved here. Should be coming from people like me outside of your state. Get involved. Get these knuckleheads out. Get them out of your state. All right. Stand up for ICE. All right. From Congress to VP nominee to disgraced former governor. All right. So Tim Walz yesterday dropped out of the race. Today, he is making all kinds of claims. Right. He's all big and bad, and he's talking smack about the ICE agents shooting. All right. So let's listen to this clown town make his comments here. I am so disgusted with this. This has got to stop.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bob Jacobson, Colonel Schaefer of the Minnesota National Guard, and Colonel Bogojevic of the Minnesota State Patrol. This morning we learned that
First of all, I wouldn't be near a stage with this clown. All right. So by standing on the stage with this clown while he makes these effed up comments, you are basically part of this problem. You are part of this problem.
We've been warning for weeks that the Trump administration's dangerous, sensationalized operations are a threat to our.
So here it is, inflaming the idiots in the Democrat Party, inflaming the morons that are going to come out and start to riot and burn your cities, guys. Here it is. This guy yesterday was out in disgrace. He should have been arrested, should be behind bars, and no one gets to hear him. But here he is, still out here, inflaming the public
safety, that someone was going to get hurt. Just yesterday, I said exactly that. What we're seeing is the consequence.
Just yesterday, huh? So is this another staged event? Who knows? Was this pushed and promoted? Who knows?
Governance designed to generate fear, headlines, and conflict. It's governing by reality TV.
All right, so this is more moronity from clown shows, from the Democrat Party guys. All right, they want to destroy our country. They want to. We need to get them out. We need to get them out. If we can't vote them out, which we can't, they need to be arrested. All right, They need to be arrested, pulled out of office. It's insane what's going on with these clowns. All right, here's the other clown. The mayor is going to come out and make his inflammatory remarks as well.
Are going to do everything possible to get to the bottom of this, to get justice, and to make sure that there is an investigation that is conducted.
Now, I'm going to show you the video right after this, that this clown is saying that he watched and there was nothing there. So he is a liar.
But what we do know is that a 37-year-old woman is dead and that she was shot by ICE. We've dreaded this moment since the early stages of this ICE presence in Minneapolis.
All right. So remember why ICE is there: to clean up the fraud and corruption that is going on in Minneapolis, in Minnesota as a whole. And these guys don't like that because it's going to take away their money and their power. So they're going to fight back, guys. And this is it.
Not only is this a concern that we've had internally, we've been talking about it. They are not here to cause safety in this city. What they are doing is not to provide safety in America. What they are doing is causing chaos and distrust. They're ripping families apart. They're sowing chaos on our streets. And in this case...
All right. So it goes on. I heard it earlier, and I wanted to jump through the radio and strangle it. So anyway, the bullshit is going to continue until we say no more. All right. We, the people, have to step up. ICE is trying to do the best job they can. They're being, of course, he's being, that statement and other statements that he made, he's being hammered. Megyn Kelly, she says, this is so irresponsible. Wait until we've seen and know more. How dare you, as the sitting governor, so he's talking about Tim Walz, further inflame an already charged situation by declaring the officer's defense propaganda. All right. So I'm going to show you one piece right now, and then we're going to move into some more, and then I'm going to share another video. So there's two videos. This one shows the ICE agent doing the shooting. All right, you're going to see it right about in here. So there's a crowd there. There's a inflamed leftist mob, all right, and yelling obscenities. And again, these ICE agents there are to clean up the crime that is basically destroying, Minneapolis, taking the money that they were supposed to be giving to legitimate people and stealing it and sending it overseas to Al-Shabaab, which is basically a terrorist organization. All right, so right here, you see the ICE agent. He is backing up he's got his one arm on the car as she's trying to run him over. This is a real thing. In Minnesota, only if an objectively reasonable officer believes, so he has to be objectively reasonable. If he's an extreme, then it's a no-go. Right? So objectively reasonable officer believes it is necessary to protect him or themselves or others from imminent death or great bodily harm. If they reasonably believe it is necessary to prevent imminent harm, but the force must be proportional to the threat faced. Now, a vehicle. All right, so he's already shot. I'll show you another video in just a moment where it gives a clearer view. All right, so Benny Johnson, clean shot. Now, new irrefutable video evidence shows that the Minneapolis Democrat terrorist hit. So this is Kristi Noem came out and called this a domestic terrorism event. And I completely agree with her. It is. And all these other people that were out there, domestic terrorists as well, because they started to really push on the ICE agents after this. So they're calling Nazi and so forth. Probably all these people, you know, should be somewhere working at this time. But here they are out here probably drawing unemployment and who knows what other kind of beneficiary, you know, supplementation, probably from the Democrat Party to actually come out and do this, right? So the ICE agents basically were out, you know, getting illegal immigrants, and their vehicle got stuck because they're having inclement weather there, inclement weather, right? Bad weather, snow and so forth. So their vehicle got stuck, and then people started showing up and giving them a hard time. So ICE agent is lucky to be alive. Fast reflexes saved his life. And then Tim Walz is calling ICE Gestapo. All right, that probably led to this because, like, both of those idiots that were, you know, on the news were saying, we knew this was coming. Of course, you knew it was coming because you're inflaming your population. Now, even Democrats are confirming this individual was following ICE throughout the day. This is what happens when Tim Walz calls ICE agents Gestapo. Also has Kansas City stickers all over it. How about that? All right. All right. She had all kinds of stickers from everywhere. I don't know what's going on. So crazy, loony, you know, leftists doing crazy, loony things when instigated to do so. And that's what we're seeing. All right. So, Mayor Jacob Fry rips ICE after officer shot and killed woman. Get the F out, he's saying to ICE. He says that in the news conference, a very inflammatory speech that he gave, guys. You go listen to it. I listened to it once, and I don't need to listen to it anymore. It's inflammatory to me. Listening to the bullshit, right? Knowing what's trying to be done here. So it comes after Trump administration began an influx of 2,000 federal law enforcement members to the Twin Cities metro area for immigration enforcement and to investigate fraud allegations. You think they'd be like, oh God, yeah, we're like billions of dollars have been disappearing. Please come clean this up. I don't know how it got so bad. Yeah, right. So they're trying to stop it. They're trying to stop the ICE agents from getting rid of their useless idiot, Somali race that is there, that they've brought in from Somalia in massive numbers all the way back to the Obama administration. Right, knowing what eventually would happen, something like this, right? So some of these Somalis have, of course, they're Muslims, so they can have as many wives as they want. So they have a wife and one home and with kids that is completely supported by the federal government and Minneapolis and Minnesota and 2, 3, 4 more, right? All filled with wives and kids, right? It's got to stop, guys. Do you want this to continue? I don't know. Maybe you guys in Minnesota wanted this, and that's why you have it. Maybe we should just pull back, just put up some roadblocks and go enter at your own risk. And then anyone that comes out, it's like, what are you a normal person or are you leftist loony? All right, go back. All right. So come on, Minneapolis. Come on, Minnesota. You guys need to get busy here. Come on. This has been going all the way back to George Floyd, 2020. Come on, people. Jesus Christ. Thought it would be cleaned up by now. So here's the video that basically shows the moment ICE agent Philly shoots this woman. So she comes in, she's disrupting, she's causing problems, and they come in to arrest her, and then she tries to run over this ICE agent, and he shoots her, So you're going to see this now. All right, so I was like, how is this mayor going off like this? It must be something like atrocious. So I watched the video. I'm like, inflammatory bullshit, lie, bullshit, right? All right, so that one vehicle just like got the hell out of there. Smart. All right, so here is the vehicle right here. She's blocking the intersection. ICE agents have pulled up. There's going to be another group of ICE agents that pull up, and they're going to get out, and they're basically say, get out of the car. They're going to she's going to be arrested. And then she tries to run over the one guy. All right, so they're going to come out of the truck. Other ICE agents are going to come in. All right, so you're seeing the one guy here, and this guy's going to walk up. All right, so they're telling her to get out of the car. You're under arrest.
No!
All right, so right there, right when he tried to open the door, it's locked. She backs up, and she's going to gun it into this other ICE agent. Let's see if I can get it. You can see him right there. He walks into the front. All right, so right there, he walks in. Right there, he's walking up. So you hear all the leftist loonies in the background. All right, so he's already being bumped by her. So you see him pull out his weapon. That's a nice quick draw. Good job. Shit. So he's aiming right at her head right now. This guy's telling her to stop, get out of the car, and she's getting ready to gun it. She's going to gun it and run this guy over. All right, so she's done. She's done right there. The vehicle goes off on its own. It crashes into a car up the street off to the left. The airbag goes off. I'm not going to show it here because YouTube might not like it. They kind of block this. So in the beginning, it shows warning, Will Majors. This video includes images and or audio some viewers may find upsetting or disturbing. So I don't know if YouTube allow it, but you guys are seeing it live, so you get the benefit of it. But you can go look this up. It is out there right now. NBC News has it. It's on YouTube everywhere. Go check it out. Make your own decision. See it from the both angles that I showed you. You're going to make the decision that this guy that did the shoot was justified. So justified, unfortunately, for this loony idiot that was basically riled up by these Democrats, guys, these people that are in power, Tim Walz and Mayor Fry, and I think they could blow this up. They're going to try and blow this up. That's why we have to get this video information out there right away, so everybody can see this and go, no, we're not going there. We're not going to go there. We're not going to allow this. In fact, we're going to push back on all these Democrats that are trying to inflame the population. I don't know if it's going to work. Like I said, I've seen this for years coming as a remote viewer, as an intuitive. It looks like we're out on the verge of this, right? So we can blame. We know who is the culprit. It's the Democrat Party, guys. Let's watch it again.
No! Shame! Oh my God!
All right. Again, she was trying to run him over. And if she got in the way, who knows? She flipped it around and then started running over ICE agents. You never know. So he's protecting himself. He's protecting the public, because who knows? Maybe she just goes off on the public too. All right. So lunatic idiots, guys, being activated by these lunatic Democrats that are in power. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. And we need to expose it. All right. If we don't expose it, if the people, yes, the Darwin Award, she won it. She's a great recipient of it. So congratulations. Bye-bye. And I tell you, I saw all the people that were, trying to instigate something with all the ICE agents, breaking windows, and same typical stuff we see a lot of these riots by the leftist idiots. And I will never be able to do that. All right. Because I do not put up with bullshit at all. All right. So good on these guys. They're I mean, no, I hate to see anybody die, even leftist lunatics. I mean, I spew your bullshit. I don't care. I'm not paying attention, right? But if I was there, oof. I mean, they got paint guns. They got, other means to back off the crowd. But so somebody gets close to me, gets in my face, that's a threat. All right. So I'm like, couldn't do it, guys. All right. So these guys are really trained. They put up a lot of bullshit. But threat of life, deadly use of force. It's going to come. So all the leftist idiots out there that want to go win the Darwin Award, come on, let's go. All right. And I think we're going to see cities full of Darwin Awards pretty soon. And unless the people that are in those cities get involved, if the people in those cities continue to allow these Democrat riot instigators to continue to be in those positions where they can do that, then that's what we're going to see. All right. Yeah, she's got the FO card, right? All right, they like threw that down, right? The one of the officials that watch for the FO problems, she got the red card, right? She didn't even get the yellow. She didn't even get the caution card. She went right to red, right, and it got thrown down on her. So, we got to make light of this because it is so ridiculously stupid. You're just going to get riled up if you don't make it fun, right? And I think it's going to make it fun because it basically takes away their power, right? So the end of one idiot, is it going to be the beginning of the end for many more to come, right? I hope not. I hope the idiots, the leftist loony idiots out there go, well, I like screaming and yelling and getting free everything, stealing from the government. I think I'm just going to lay low and not get so involved. All right. Hello, everyone. So Jacob, Unleashing Intuition Secrets. We did this several years ago, but we're going to go over the Georgia election anomalies, if you will. We can't say specifically that there were some problems, but we can bring some information like we have done before. Joined today by Tara Jones and David Cross. We did a show several years ago now, I believe it is, where we went into depth about election irregularity. So we're going to do that again. So it's been a while since you guys have been on the show. So you want to introduce yourselves again? We'll start with ladies first.
Okay. Well, I'm Tara Jones, and I ran for school board here in Georgia in 2022. And my election results were quite an anomaly unto themselves, which led me to pursue trying to get a hold of the ballots so that I could actually see physical ballots to see each of the 8 precincts came in at exactly like a 60-30 split. Just as a crazy anomaly. And so I wanted to see the ballots. And through that, I was denied getting to see the ballots. And so I've been kind of working on election integrity, not as much as my friend here, David, who will tell you all the details, but that's what I've been doing and what I did here locally. So anyway, David, you take it away.
Sure. All right. So my name's David Cross. I own a financial planning investment management company. We service people that have we've got clients where in total we manage about $100 million for our clients. And I've worked for the big firms, and as Michael might say, even the big baddies. And before I came to my senses, I started my own company 10 years ago. But during the election of 2020, I got very interested in seeing what was happening with the stopping of the counting, and I reached out to a guy named Garland Favorito who runs Voter GA, and he and I have been collaborating ever since. And I've been working with him and several other people that you may or may not know. And through all of this together, we finally got to the point where kind of breaking through in Georgia with the state election board, and finally moving the needle. So things are starting to happen, and particularly with what happened in Venezuela with bringing in Maduro. I think it's gonna open up a box. I think it's going to open up a nasty box for people that have been cheating in elections. And I will say this: it's not just Democrats; it's anybody who's willing to pay. Could be Democrats, could be Republicans, could be foreign states. Anybody who wants to have a hand in our elections, we have made it easy for them.
Great, guys. Great. Both of you guys are experts in this field, in my opinion. And the last time we did a show, I thought I was very stunned by the information that you guys had. So Joe Biden in the 2020 election won Georgia by a mere 11,779 votes. Now, it took a while to get those numbers, as we know. So there's a little bit of anomaly going on with that. There's also lots of other things that are happening in the news where Georgia admitted that there were like 315,000. I think that's a number, if it is right off the top of my head.
That's right.
Votes that they said, yeah, those don't count because they were like not done right. But if that's the case, then at 11,000, and I'd be willing to bet that almost all of those are, for Joe Biden. I don't know, but I would say that would probably overwhelm, just like President Trump had said, the numbers. And he had gone after Raffensperger, wherever his name is, and asked him, hey, could you look at this and maybe find some votes in my favor because you're a Republican like I am? And they blew him up on that. So let's go back and let's talk a little bit about where you guys came in at with this.
So just one thing I want to make very clear here is that the 315,000 votes that it's kind of blowing up all over the internet right now. One thing I want to make clear is that those votes, they were I think those were they were I can't say they all were, but I believe that they were lawfully cast votes. We can't go back and undo what happened in 2020. The key thing that we need to understand, though, is that I'm calling those votes and those ballots into question, as are other people, because Fulton County did not sign the tabulator tapes. They had nobody sign any tabulator tapes. In fact, what they did instead was, at the early voting precincts, they took the memory cards out of the machines, took those down to central processing, loaded them into new machines, and printed out the results on those things. All right. Now, there's going to be a lot of critics out there that are going to say that's just a procedural foul. Okay. But part of the issue is that, if we were playing a baseball game and the Atlanta Braves had 13 errors in one inning, you'd probably scratch your head and say, well, maybe we got a problem. Maybe we have a problem. And that's the issue that we've got with Fulton County, is there are so many procedural errors that if they were just on their own, the one that we've uncovered with all of the unsigned tabulator tapes is enough to put an asterisk by the election results in Georgia for 2020 to say, listen, this is the number that we certified, but we can't guarantee it. And there's no way for Fulton County to replicate anything that happened in 2020. They counted the votes 3 different times. They got 3 different results. In some cases, they forgot ballots. In some cases, they double counted ballots. It's just it's an unreconcilable mess that happened in Fulton County. And as I said, they've got so many procedural fouls that have happened along the way that any sane person would say, you know what, maybe we should have the military count the votes. Maybe we should have the military count the votes by hand instead of trusting these yahoos in Fulton County that keep making excuses.
Wow, that's a good summary. I like that. Very good. Very, very nice, David. So yeah, it's almost like they, messed it all up on purpose, perhaps. So that it's like if you throw a lot of tacks in the road, some of them are probably going to get the the chase car, and knock it out of whack, and it won't be able to follow. So it's kind of what I see in a lot of these cases. There's a lot of subterfuge here and there, and it's like you just get tired of chasing all of them, and that just wears everybody out, and everybody just says forget it, And it seems like that's what happened with the overall 2020 election. Everybody just got tired of all of it. The recounts just kept coming up the same. And it's like, gosh, what is going on here? And there was no recourse, it seemed like. What are your thoughts, Tara?
Well, yes, I agree. The people are kind of shell shocked by continuing to hear, oh yeah, 2020 fraud, and we don't want to hear that. We've moved on. Well, when you understand that what you vote for is not secure, doesn't that concern you? When your voice isn't heard, when people aren't represented, and we are controlled and manipulated, and that these voting machines, Dominion, they can be manipulated. They can be accessed through the internet, through, like David was just talking about, thumb drives. They're not secure. But on top of that, when you ask for paper ballots, I want to see the actual counts. Well, they can't be produced. And one thing to remind everybody about, when Raffensperger sold the state of Georgia, the people of the state of Georgia, this Dominion voting system, it was sold to us as, well, we'll be able to produce the ballots so that anybody can audit the results. Yeah. No, that didn't happen. That changed. And so when you control everything, and now we can't do a check and balance, which is what all of us do with our checking accounts, right? Don't we want to know what's in there? Well, let me see, I got a deposit here and I'm paying this bill, so I'm going to check that. Well, we can't check anything. We just have to take your word on it. That is like, really? And the whole thing with 2020, when you go back and remind people, everybody in this country watched the count was stalled. Some states didn't turn in the count for several days, but you watched on live TV. Oh, 12,000 votes went from Trump over to Biden, like on live TV. Well, when you're counting ballots and you're counting votes, each number should go up, both sides. We watch numbers go down. When has that ever happened? In real time. And remember, that's when Fox News called Arizona like at 6 o'clock. That was 3 o'clock their time. They called the race. So how many people knew what was going to happen? We can't verify anything. And so how are we supposed to trust Fulton County when they tell us, oh, well, this is the most secure election, and all of the Board of Commissioners there are standing by their count? It's preposterous for us to accept this. And for some of us like David and I, and yourself, because you've been working with Juan on the 2020, it's not over yet kind of thing. So we're not giving up on this, because we've got to uncover, and we've got to have a fair judicial system that will allow us to bring forth the proof and the evidence. That's another issue that's been a problem.
So yeah, there's lots of anomalies. I know that Brian Kemp, some people call it conspiracy theory, but it is what it is. Brian Kemp's daughter's boyfriend mysteriously died, and that sends a signal to people that are trying to investigate or trying to push investigations. When people start dying, it makes you back off a little bit.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's real or what, but it's the timing is very concerning. So what are your thoughts on that? And we had talked about earlier about connections all the way back to Venezuela, and let's look at that as well. Talk about that.
Yeah, listen, I'm blown away by the special forces guys that went in there. My understanding is that Maduro had 32 Cuban special forces guys as his personal bodyguards. I think we had a couple guys that that were hurt, but we didn't have anybody that was. It amazes me at what the cool guys are able to accomplish when you give them a clear objective. My understanding is that
point. Clear objective, and they practice for it.
Said, hey, I think I hear helicopters or something like that. And 3 minutes later, 32 guys were dead, and he was in handcuffs. So my hat's off to to the world's greatest military. It's amazing what they did.
Absolutely. Yeah, and having been in that group, the high level, I can tell you that the level of expertise is definitely at that level, and those guys could move through that group very easily, like they did. And the technology, when I was in that time frame, we were decades and decades ahead of everything else, and I know that's still the same. So that helped a lot in that mission as well. So yeah, Venezuela, obviously part of, even all the way back to Chavez, part of election fraud here in the United States and other countries. So what are you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, if you guys recall, and we were talking about this before the show started, there was a press conference with Giuliani and Sidney Powell in 2020 talking about all of the evidence that they were bringing forth. Whistleblowers, people, there is a whistleblower who signed an affidavit stating that he was there with Chavez when this Dominion voting machine system was created, and he watched votes change in real time. He watched everything set up so that Chavez would win the election, and consequently Maduro would win his election. So he knew the night of our election, when votes started to flip and things started to be turned off, it's in his affidavit that he knew that that's when the Dominion machines were being used. They were being manipulated. Votes were flipped because he saw it. He saw it in real time with his time with Chavez. He saw how they would take votes and flip them. So 12,000 goes to this candidate, and that really happened. But now we can flip and move the 12,000 over to our candidate. So he knew that was happening. So again, it goes back to, we came forward, people like us came forward and tried to prove that there was issues with this election and had the evidence. And these were the 19 people who were indicted in the state of Georgia. And Giuliani had to pay money. Well, now that this has been admitted that there's problems to the tune of 315,000 ballots in Fulton County alone, where's all of this? Like, shouldn't he get his money back? Shouldn't these indictments be reversed? And shouldn't the people who we have evidence against, shouldn't they be gone after? Well, I think it starts with what just happened in Venezuela. I think that's the key. This is going to be the turning point for people in our country to understand we've got Maduro, and he's going to talk, and he's going to tell you what he knows, or he's going to tell the investigators what he knows if he wants to live, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
No, I think he's going to say, "Hey, we just picked up where the old system left off. You guys have been cheating for 50 years." And Michael, I sent you like a 4-minute video. Yeah, I just found a few days ago that a friend sent over to me. In fact, I think Garland Favorito is actually the person who's circulating it. But it's roughly 2 hours long. I isolated about 4 minutes of it. And this guy's like the OG, election security guy that started investigating things in the early 1970s. And he said, those lever machines where you'd go in and you'd pull a lever and it would punch the card and all that kind of thing. He said they were cheating on those things. So, I mean, I don't know if you, Michael, I don't know if you've ever seen this before. My wife's grandfather, when he passed away, he left an old slot machine, like from the 1920s. Yep. It's got an unbelievable amount of gears and things on the inside. And one of the things that he mentioned when he was showing it to me was he's like, oh, you can rig this thing, and make it so it never pays out by pressing this little thing over here. And he said nobody will ever know. He said they'll just get like little payouts. Nobody ever get the jackpot. And so mechanical devices, they cheated. All right. The digital devices we have right now, they're cheating. All right. The system that we have in Georgia, the Dominion system that is now Liberty Vote. All right, it just slapped a new name on it. They put new lipstick on the pig.
Right.
Right. It was actually originally selected after an exhaustive 9-day search by Brian Kemp, our governor, who everybody thinks is a Republican. And people here need to understand, Brian Kemp is for Brian Kemp. He doesn't give a damn about anybody else, all right? Much less any Republicans that are out there. What he cares about is, is himself, his legacy, and the money that falls off the table. When he's working with other candidates, and it could be in the form of business deals, it could be money that comes off the table, from somebody like from his daughter, being a candidate, working for a candidate as their fundraiser, because if you're the fundraiser, you get 10% of the take, and if daddy donates $100 million, daughter's going to get like $10 million bucks, just going to fall off the table.
Wow.
The other thing we have to understand too is that I'll go back to with what Tara said. The day after the election in 2020, Raffensperger went on television on the Today Show and said, we had 4.7 million people cast ballots in Georgia. It was a record. It was amazing. 4.7 million. All right. A week or so later, Georgia certified 5 million votes, 4,980 some odd thousand to be exact, but it went up by roughly 280,000 votes. That doesn't sound like much, but it's 6%. Nobody knows where they came from. And in fact, in Fulton County on election day, there was an emergency meeting by the Fulton County Board of Elections, and it was Dwight Brower that was helping run things. And he comes on and he gives an update about the leak that happened, down at State Farm. They got that all cleaned up. And the other thing he said too is he said, as of about 5 p.m. in Fulton County, we've had 14,152 people that voted. And one of the election board people, kind of quizzically says, can you repeat that number? And he says, yes, 14,152. All right. She says, okay. And then another election board member comes up and says, I'm not sure I'm hearing this right. It's not coming through clear. What's the number? 14,152. All right. Fulton County certified that I think they said they had it's either 57 or 59,000 people that voted that day, which means that roughly 37,000 people rushed to the polls between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Polls closed. And yet all of the newscasters that were out there that were reporting on the big rush that was going to happen for people to vote, they were all saying that there's nobody voting. There's nobody out here. So we have so many questions about what's happened. And again, this is, maybe it's a procedural foul. I don't know, but it's just another item that doesn't make sense and doesn't add up. And the naysayers out there will just say, well, you just don't know what you're talking about, or maybe he was dealing with old data. And I'm like, if he was dealing with old data, then why are we calling it a state-of-the-art brand new system? It's just, there's just too many things that don't add up and don't make sense.
So also, didn't those Dominion voting machines come from China?
Yes. Every single one of them. The components were made in China. And there's a couple of my friends that have done some forensic work on the software, and they found not only do they find footprints from Belgrade, Serbia, because that's where Dominion moved their people from Venezuela. They moved their operations team over to Belgrade, Serbia. And the footprints show that people came in remotely on these systems that are not connected to the internet. So we just keep having, problems like this that everybody, the Fulton County, everybody else wants to just, sweep under the rug. And they're real. It's legitimate. And they're finally coming out.
And this was, they went ahead and bought them even after Texas told them don't do it because they can be compromised.
That's exactly right. And the other thing most people have no idea about, Michael, is that prior to Georgia signing up to use the the Dominion system statewide. The Dominion system had never been used on any statewide election system. It had been used in municipalities and small elections and city elections and things like that in some municipalities in the United States as well as Canada. And what's really kind of funny is that the tabulator tapes that people are supposed to sign off on and say, I swear, they're signing off on a little paragraph that says, I swear that I saw the votes count, all that kind of thing. But the verbiage that they're swearing to says that that they are swearing and attesting to the election code of Canada, because nobody ever bothered to fix the tabulator tape so that when it prints out here, it's actually according to Georgia laws and Georgia code, not Canadian.
Wow.
Wouldn't that negate any count then? I mean,
I don't know. Again, the naysayers are going to say it's a technicality, it's just a procedural foul, but it's like, again, here we are in the 7th inning and you've got 13 errors. So
right?
Tell me nothing's wrong.
Yeah, and that's 2020. There's some other elections too that we talked about, Michael, on a show that we did where Herschel Walker was in a runoff with Warnock, and we talked about how, and Georgia is a red state, and so you see all the like it's Republican. Here's Herschel and Warnock's race. Oh, all of us that are Republican are going to go click Warnock, vote like Republican, Democrat, Republican. No, we're not doing that. And Herschel Walker lost that race. Like, no, we don't do that. Like, you're going to vote for your party, right? So, yeah, there was a smear campaign against Herschel. There was a smear campaign against Warnock. I mean, listen, we all know, no one's perfect that runs these races. We get it. We're all human. But that wouldn't make a bunch of Republicans go, yeah, I want to vote for this Democrat. It's not happening.
Well,
so
and Tara, one thing that happened there too was when Herschel was running, that was an opportunity for our governor to step up and help endorse and help, push him across the state. And Kemp vanished like a fart in the wind. He was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, the only person that was supporting him was Trump.
Correct.
And then after the election, you had the two senators, Republican senators that had to compete, and they both lost. So there's like some crazy stuff going on. Loeffler, was it Loeffler?
Kelly Loeffler.
Loeffler, yeah.
Don't forget, she has a painting of Mao Zedong in her entry foyer. Just saying.
And you would think because of that, she would have won.
I'm confused. I don't know.
I know, right?
Let's not forget too, there was a DeKalb County race that David knows all the details about too. But if I remember correctly, there was a candidate who came in 3rd place, and she was contesting the results. She was a Democrat, but in her precinct, she got 0 votes. And that's what clued her into, wait a minute, this is my husband and myself voted for me, so I should have at least 2 votes.
Right.
And when they did the recount on her election, she went from 3rd to she won. What was her name? It was Michelle
Long Spears.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anybody can look it up.
Had she just accepted the results, you won.
Like
You
those
win.
two women that were in the arena when they had the leak, and then they had them on camera like pulling out the boxes after everybody was gone and running the ballots over and over and over again.
Right.
And you remember their names, and they got presidential citations.
Right.
Yeah, Ruby Freeman and her daughter.
Shay Moss. They got the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Wow.
Now, I'm just wondering, was that on an auto pen? I mean, I'm just asking. If that was maybe, I'm not sure.
I haven't looked, but it's pretty easy to see like which documents were signed with the auto pen, because his signature, on the auto pen documents does not match anything even remotely close to what he used to sign.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do you guys want me to play that one video
Yeah. I'd love to show that. So this is a guy named James Collier, and it's again he wrote a book, and hopefully this is going to play right. So go ahead and hit play. Let's see what happens with this thing.
James Collier, welcome to the show. I had the pleasure to be here tonight in the snow. Thanks for coming. And James, what prompted you to write this book?
Well, the book, Vote Scam, The Stealing of America, it's been a 25-year investigation into how elections are rigged in the United States. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there that are going to take umbrage with that. Elections rigged because it's our birthright. The birthright of this country is the vote.
Absolutely.
And as a matter of fact, the biggest export of the United States is the vote. We won the Cold War over what? The vote. Spoke at every church breakfast and did what you're supposed to do. And so on election night, September 7th, 1970, September 3rd, 1970, at 3 minutes after the poll closed, the CBS affiliate down there called perfect vote percentages for 250 candidates. Well, you can't do anything in 3 minutes. And all of the citizens of Dade County totally asleep, don't care. No one thought about it. We were.
Oh, crap.
The stand-up lever machines, where you open the back of the machine and you read the numbers off.
We have it.
You have it, Connecticut, right? And so they shipped all those machines out of town to Marion, South Carolina, or North Carolina, I forgot which that is. And they retrofitted them so that the counters now had raised wheels, raised counters. Instead of flat, it's stuck through so that your 3-digit number was raised like an ink pad. And they put a piece of paper in there called the Print-O-Matic. And that's what you have here now. So this was the pilot project in 1973 in Dade County to test this little system up. And what they said is we're going to take the keys away from all the precinct captains so you can no longer open the back of the machine and look at the numbers with your eyes to certify the zeros in the morning and at night certify the numbers on it. Mm-hmm. Instead, you're going to crank a handle and there's going to be a roller that goes across this piece of paper. And then you're going to crank it and the piece of paper is going to come out and it's going to have the zeros on it in the morning. And then at night you crank it again and they're going to have the numbers for the final election. So instead of eyeballing it now, you got to trust this magic little piece of paper in the gumball machine. So the first time they used it, it jammed. And about 600 precincts, 4,000 precinct workers walked off the job that day because when they opened the backs, because it jammed, they sent troubleshooters there. The roller hadn't gone all the way across. It wrinkled up the paper. But when they opened it up, there were numbers, zeros in the morning, and the final numbers at night were already in the machine. And that's why 4,000 people quit right there on the spot. Miami Herald story saying there was a big snafu, but they put firemen and policemen on take their place, but never said why.
Thinking about seeing me, the whole world can see me if you come in.
Safest where we can safeguard our vote.
I was going to hold that to the end because everybody said, what are we going to do? I'll tell you now because we'll get to the end anyway. All the major democracies of the world use paper ballots. Israel, India, 270 million voters, Great Britain. Nobody is as dumb and gullible and as asleep as the United States citizens.
So there you have it, gullible and asleep. And and here's the thing, Michael, I don't want people to think that I think that they're gullible and asleep. I'm a child of the 70s. When I'm one of 4 kids. All right. When I was a kid, my dad was a home builder. His business was up, his business was down. My mom had to, work a job to help put food on the table and take care of 4 kids. And, in that era, we were exporting jobs to China. Again, in the 80s and the 90s, and it just made it so that people really didn't have time for civic interaction. They were splitting their time between the family and their work and that kind of thing. And they just trusted their government to not screw them. And their government screwed them over and over and over.
Yeah. And continue to. I mean, go ahead. Mike, you were going to say something.
Yeah, that's one of those things that it's hard for people to grasp that because like you said, you trust so much. I mean, probably all of us have been in relationships where someone cheated on us. You trust them, and then you find out, and maybe you hear about it or you suspect, and you're like, no, can't be. And then you find out later on that they were cheating on you big time, and it's hard. It's really hard. You want to just like walk away from it and carry on with life.
You don't want to believe it.
Yeah, don't want to believe it, and then when you do find out, you just want to bury it and just move on and not even bring it up to the surface to anyone. So that's the way our elections are. They're heavily compromised. We've been cheated, heavily cheated on, and everyone's like, oh no, I can't believe it. But we got to, so we can move on and correct it.
Yeah. And Michael, I want everybody to understand too, when I started doing the investigations, I thought we're going to figure out how the dirty Democrats rigged the election. What we found out is that there's about 14 different vectors to influence or rig an election. Some of them are visible, some of them are invisible, but you cannot tell any of them unless you can get your hands on the ballots, on the original paper ballots. Because in the time that it takes for you to scan your ballot in, technology existed 8 years ago that would make it so that in 20 milliseconds, that means if you took 1 second, if this was 1 second, and you divide it up into 1,000 pieces, in 20 milliseconds, like this much, you could flip the vote on, even if it's handwritten, you could flip the vote before it saves the image. And then when you and I go back, to the state and say, hey, I want the ballot images, it's worthless because you're getting whatever was pre-programmed into those things. And we're now at the point where, Dominion has got, I think, 27 or 30 different hand marks that makes it look like a human being touched that ballot.
Wow.
So that the average person who's looking at it, you're not going to know that's a computer that did that unless you've looked at thousands of these things. And there's a guy on Twitter, his name is mad_liberals. He is the most amazing person I've ever seen. That he was a fingerprint expert and he applied those skills to looking at ballots, and he's looked at millions of ballots to the point where I can say, hey, Philip, I want you to isolate a 1 inch by 1 inch square on this ballot, and I want you to see if you can run it through your machine and tell me, can it find that same pixel somewhere else? And he'll find it. His system will absolutely find it.
Wow.
And this is all private citizens doing this. The government's not funding any of this.
No. Well, and do you remember on the ballots, when you go to turn it in, there's a QR code, right? Yep. So when you try to see what, anything, you scan a QR code, it comes up, right? Yeah. How about the QR codes on the ballot?
Well, the QR codes on the ballots, that's what the scanner actually reads. It doesn't read, the names or the dot that's next to somebody's name. It's reading the QR code as a shortcut. And we busted the QR code and made it so that we can reconcile it back to what is actually reported as the vote. And it does reconcile. So I'm not terribly concerned about the QR codes, at least as they exist right now. But honestly, what I want to see is a hand-marked, human-counted paper ballot, the same way that they do it in civilized nations. Just like that guy said on the video, he came to the same conclusion 30-something years ago. Wow. And he said, this is the biggest democracies out there. They use human-counted, hand-marked paper ballots. So, hey, my wife just got here. She brought my charger for me so that it wouldn't So I want y'all to say hello to the election widow. This is my wife, Sean.
There she is.
Hey.
Nice to see you again. It's been a while. Hi. I don't want anything dying while you're doing production here. So
Thank you so
and
much.
therefore,
That's good.
Not at all.
This is for the nation. You're doing a good job.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one, guys. Hi, Terrence.
Bye. But on top of, like, to add to David's point, so there's countries out there who have paper ballots and they get counted in one day and the election gets certified. Because a lot of these naysayers are like, oh, there's no way we could count paper ballots all day long and we'd never get the totals. Well, in 2020, we didn't get totals for days. So paper would have been much easier, right? So paper ballots with the military is really the only way that you can certify that. But there are other countries that do that. And then I want to just add one other thing we were talking about trusting the government and all of that. Well, how did that work out for the people of Minnesota?
Good point.
I mean, and now Tim Walz isn't going to run for re-election. Gee, I wonder why. I mean, all the money, how much money is really going to be uncovered of taxpayer dollars that's been funded to people who are like, if you've got Somalians who are unemployed in Minnesota, do they need daycare? If you're staying at home, do you need daycare? And how are these daycares with no children getting all this money?
Yeah, they're Muslim too, and they have up to 4 wives with children, and they each have their own homes that are supplied by the government. And imagine that being multiplied by thousands. So this is how deep this goes. We're not looking at 8 billion. We're looking at more like 80 to 90 billion over the last several years of the Somali fraud.
Absolutely, and it's not just in Minnesota.
Yeah,
it's in every state. Really. I mean, so you can't trust your government. And it's been there's been whistleblowers who have come forward, like Nick Shirley. He's had people come to him and say, "Hey, I brought this to the governor. I brought this to the state board." Ignored.
Right.
Ooh, I wonder why.
Yeah, listen, I think every chance you get to I can't use a curse word on here. I don't want to do that. Poop post. How about that? On Twitter or something like that. Every chance you get, play the Don Henley song, "Dirty Laundry." These have become like our theme song for politicians out there, because we're getting to the point right now where there are super sleuths that are out there. They will find your dirty laundry and they will air it out for everybody to hear it. So the best thing to do is be honest, have honest elections, let the people count it. We've got high definition cameras everywhere. I would feel safe having Martians count my vote, as long as it's on a high definition camera and I can see the ballots, in the replay. Fine by me. There's so many naysayers out there that go, "Oh, no, you don't want to have human beings counted because that's how they rigged things before." Well, you know what? That was 80 years ago. And 80 years ago, they didn't have high definition telephones, or high definition cameras everywhere. We've got the technology to make things secure, and we could do it at 1/10 of the cost, just like President Trump says, using human beings and paper ballots.
Well, we tried that, I think, in the last election. And you might remember, I think it was Michigan, where they were pushing out Republican poll watchers. They made them leave. So unbelievable. And then they had, people videoing, and they came up and put cardboard over the windows.
Right.
So it has to be a military. I've heard that President Trump is, through an executive order, is going to push out the military for the election to prevent fraud coming up. So if that happens, then we'll get good merit-based people that will finally start to reach the offices, and give us good justice and so forth. Remember that one woman judge? I can't remember the state, but she, had the illegal immigrant, and she used her chambers to, get him out. She just resigned. So we're seeing, like you're talking about, that got blown up all over the internet, and everybody's like, and shame on you. And then she just resigned. So we're starting to make an impact. That's just one. We have thousands, so we got a lot of work to do. But you're absolutely right, David. It's citizen journalists like that 23-year-old that got involved that makes a difference.
Right.
Yeah, Nick Shirley
Yep.
is his name.
Yeah, we need to highlight his name, Nick Shirley. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, he put a post out there that Trump retweeted, and he said, "I ended Tim Walz."
That's,
And he said, and now the media, the regular, mainstream media is all up in arms about what he did instead of being up in arms about all the fraud that he uncovered. They weren't up in arms about what he discovered. No, they're up in arms because just a 23-year-old with a camera discovered this. Like, what do you guys do? Oh, you read from a script that's given to you at 5 a.m. We know. Mm-hmm. Yep. Just saying.
And going back to that graft and theft and fraud and all that kind of stuff, there's proposal to send all these illegal immigrants or people that have committed fraud back to Somalia, wherever they came from. I'm like, hello, they need to pay that fraud back. Either they do it, physically, give the money back, or they do it in prison. So no, they don't get a free pass to go back home after committing these crimes. Hello, stop that. So I think we need to watch that. So that's more of Rhino work, basically protecting the people that have done this fraud. I don't agree with that at all.
And remember, you just did a show a couple of days ago talking about the case of, was it Medicaid fraud in the state of Minnesota, that the husband and wife were found guilty unanimously by a jury, and then a judge, West, I think is her name, was the one that overruled their ruling. I'm like, what is happening here? Was it on a technicality? Really? Well, I don't know why she overruled it, but when you have a jury who has a unanimous, based on, and the foreman of that jury came out and said, we had all the evidence in front of us. It was clear they were guilty.
Yeah.
And then she turns it, and now they don't have to pay any money.
I believe there's portions of our government, particularly the judiciary in Georgia, that are captured. I don't know who they're captured by. Sometimes they're controlled by the governor. I believe they're controlled by the governor, and in some cases, I believe they're captured by by foreign governments. And even with the case right now, we're trying to see those damn ballots, from 2020, and we got standing in the case in December of 2022, and then we still have not seen the ballots. I've heard of the justice system moving slow, the cogs of justice move slow and that kind of thing, but they're moving slower than the speed of smell. And we got to speed things up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Totally.
Well, to your point, foreign governments, how many deals has Kemp done with China for our port in Savannah? There's pictures of them over there in China. And yeah, I understand foreign trade, but to what extent?
Yeah, I remember going to bed. When Trump, his first term, I voted, or not voted, but I bet. There's betting, online betting you can do. And I made a ton of money because I was like, he's going to win. And I was like, I don't know about this, not the last one, but the 2020. I was like, I don't know. Something's that smell right. But, at late that night, he was all stacked up. I'm like, it's a done deal. And I bet it was like I still had good odds. I'm like, that's easy money. So I bet, and I went to bed. Yep. And I woke up and I didn't have any money from that anymore. So good thing I put a lot of money into it. But how crazy that was. They backed up trucks in the middle of the night and unloaded ballots. It was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh,
they stopped, backed up the trucks and then started, getting these mail-in ballots that weren't properly registered or signatured or anything.
And that happened in multiple places too, not just Georgia. I remember there's a postal worker in Pennsylvania that he came forward and said, well, there was a switcheroo on his truck and for the ballots, and he had to go through New York. But yeah, he came forward. There were so many people that came forward and said, hey, we don't, there's some weird stuff going on here. And in fact, David, what was the name of the movie that you had, the clip that you had, the library camera that got in the movie from, isn't it Bonnet that?
Oh yeah. It's 2,000 Mules.
Oh, 2,000 Mules. Yeah. I mean, how about that?
Yeah.
Where in that movie, it shows you the number of people in the middle of the night going and dropping off ballots at 2 a.m. And there's a stack of them, for mail-in ballots. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that movie was
one of the really interesting things that happened. So a friend of mine named Brian Pritchard, he had a podcast up until December 20, I think middle of December, he cut it off. And I think he's going to go on to do some different things. But he did an interview with Brad Raffensperger, I believe I want to say March of 22 or so. I have to look it up to be exact. But anyway, Gabriel Sterling and all the naysayers are out there going, no ballots in Georgia were counted twice. There's no such thing as a double scan, double counted ballot, much less a triple counted ballot. And on Brian Pritchard's show, Raffensperger said, yeah, we had some problems and we had some double scan, double counted votes. But it wasn't enough to move the election. So there's always that caveat. But he came right out and said it. And I'll tell you what, Raffensperger is running for governor of Georgia right now.
Oh my God!
The balls on this guy is amazing. But I've got some friend, a guy named Bob Coover up in North Georgia. He has Raffensperger dead to rights. With I think it's like 24 lies that he told the Congress. And the more that I've gone in to look at this, what I have found is that the Department of Justice is interested, in these lies and this documentation. But when I went back to look and see how many people have ever been prosecuted for lying to Congress, you know what the number is?
0.
0. You can go lie to Congress. You get away with it.
That's great.
Makes you feel good, right? And don't forget.
I feel like we live in this upside down, backwards world where what's supposed to happen is whatever they want to have happen.
That's absolutely what does happen.
Here's one of the Newsweek. Georgia official response.
Oh my gosh, we made Newsweek.
1,000 ballots not properly signed in 2020. Now, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger has said a clerical error in the state does not erase valid legal votes. Responding to renewed scrutiny of Georgia's 2020 election results, which former President Donald Trump has repeatedly, of course, this is Newsweek, which has attacked me as well, and falsely was stolen from him. And then further down here, basically, President Trump goes on to say, we told you that it was a stolen election. And here it is. I can't find it. Where is it? It's a little bit further down, I guess. So Donald Trump said in December 19th post, so what we all knew back in 2020, what we all stated out loud, and everyone in the media, the establishment, and the Washington, D.C. machine lied about, ended up being 100% true. I'm so shocked. Yet another conspiracy theory proven right. Now, of course, we have to continue to play along with the game because here we are in a social media platform that will restrict me if I don't say, but, there are people that say that, it was a good, fair election. And so we have to, that's good. And then we're countering that with maybe there's some issues here. So, put that caveat in there so we can continue to, have this video shared. What are your thoughts? What are your last thoughts on this, Tara?
I think, we've talked about it many times. We have to go to paper ballots, same day voting. Yes. And you can't mail in unless you are like in the military. If you're overseas and you want to vote, then that's a valid mail-in ballot. If you're handicapped and you can't get out to vote, absolutely. If you're in the hospital for whatever reason and you can't vote, but you want to share your vote, then mail-in ballot. But otherwise, go to the poll. I mean, they have early voting, and we have but we also need to. I think we need to diminish the amount of time we do that as well, because obviously, if you cast your vote early enough, if we didn't have the machines, then that would be fine. But if we still had machines, when you know what the vote is ahead of time, then you know how much you need to program to counteract that. But I think we have to have same-day voting and military count on paper ballots. That's what I think corrects this.
Yep. David.
Yeah, I think so. I'm all about human counted, hand marked paper ballots. Do it so the media can shoot it with a camera and show it. I just don't believe. I don't believe that all of these procedural errors that we're pointing out lead to nothing. I mean, I really love what Joe Rogan has got this one phrase that I love, where he talks about, is there cheating in elections? And he'll be talking to one of the naysayers and says, oh, no, it's all safe and secure. And I love the phrase he always uses. He always says, but it's not zero. It's not zero, is it? And so that's where we are. And we can move back, to perfection. But the thing is that rigged elections and riggable elections, they don't serve the people. They are job security for crooked politicians and for foreign states that want to be able to control what's happening in our states. There's so many of our states that have business deals with other countries. Do you know that more Korean people live in Duluth, Georgia, where I'm at right now, than any other place on earth except for Seoul, South Korea?
Wow.
More than any other place. All right. And we are giving away water rights all over the state to all these people that want to have data centers, and they want to build cars, and they want to build batteries. And here's the truth of the matter. Hyundai Motors built a battery and car plant here in Georgia because they needed access to fresh water. 4 million gallons of water per day right now. They could not build that plant in South Korea because they don't have access to water. And our politicians are giving it away, maybe because they're influenced, by South Korea. I don't know. All I can tell you is that we need to return the sovereignty of our elections to our people and take it away from machines, because when you're counting ballots in a secret room with cardboard up, it's the same thing as counting them with software. Software can totally rig it.
Plastic on them. It was the insanity that happened. You have to wear a mask to go shopping. I wore one on my wrist to get in that, but that's just me. But there were repercussions that we all faced because of that election, let alone the economy and what happened to the price of eggs and the price of milk and all of the things. And then, let's not forget Afghanistan and how much it goes on. And who suffers? We did.
Very good. I'm glad you brought up Afghanistan because, as you guys know, I worked for the CIA protecting high-level people while they did their missions. But one of the guys in Afghanistan, he was the chief of station, really, really good guy, former Marine. So we hit it off really well. He confided in me because I was concerned. I was like, democracy has its limits, because the rule by majority type thing, if you have mostly, Islamists, which we had in Afghanistan at the time, radicals, they're going to vote for their guy. And I was like, well, that's crazy. Now you guys might remember, because I see people in there talking about the thumb, having the thumbprint.
Mm-hmm.
So they were doing that in Afghanistan. And so I was asking him, and he's like, what about Karzai? Is he going to win? He's like, don't worry. I was like, okay. So with that in mind, we have to have military, that's going to cover this voting, guys. And we need to have the military come in early so that everybody gets re-registered. We can't have these illegal aliens in this democracy by watching over it. So there's no hanky-panky going on. And I think we're going to have good elections if that happens.
Right. You've got people that have worked on that too, about the voter rolls, like Seth Ketchel. He's worked on voter rolls and proving that there's 600 people that live at this address. Really? And it's an abandoned lot. Wow. Okay. But to get there registered, yeah, go with it. That's fine. Sure. I think you're right. We definitely have to start afresh. I think you and Juan have talked about that. It's going to be, is it going to be a pain? Yeah, but it's worth it to have what didn't happen to us the last 4 years, and from 2020 to 2024, and all the things that we experienced, just like, local level, state level, national level, international level. When you do it right, it's worth it, because then our vote counts, everybody's vote counts the right way. And if a Democrat wins, then a Democrat wins. If a Republican wins, then a Republican wins. But you know who wins? The American people.
Right. Yep. Very good. Great show, guys. Fantastic. I appreciate you guys coming on and talking about this. This is a, touchy subject, I guess, for some people, but I think for most Americans, regardless of your political persuasion, you want to have fair and accurate voting. So like you said, Tara, if Democrats win, the Democrats win. But if it's by fair elections, I have no problem with that. I never had a problem with that in the past. I grew up in a family of Democrats, so I love Democrats. But I don't like the what's obvious. Well, I can't say obvious, but what seems to be some irregularities in the voting that seems to lean towards a certain party more than others. So we need to clean it up.
Absolutely.
Michael, I appreciate you being one of the folks that's,
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So as we're seeing the Cali Doomsday signals, we are seeing some. I projected that we're going to see a very, very active earthquake year, even more than last year, which was record setting. So it is. It's not going to be a big blowout yet, right? But we're going to start to see the signaling of what's coming. Democrats are collapsing. Right. So we've seen a lot of this moving in that direction, but now it's going to pick up speed in this year. We're going to see the Democrats basically fall apart. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil leadership is all going down. Right. So President Trump has left the fleet in the Caribbean, and that will be used to basically replace all of the leadership in every one of those countries. Right. So we're going to see all of that in the coming days, weeks, and months into this year. So it's going to be very active. We'll see trials absolutely going to come. I don't think there's any way around it now. They can't hide it. They're talking about replacing people that have been stonewalling and slow rolling a lot of this, and they're going to either get replaced or start to step up and really start to cook it out there. All right, so let's look at, first off, let's look at Stephon Burns and see what he's seen. Like I said, there's several different things, doomsday signals that happen, and they lead up to usually a pretty significant event. And I think that's what we're going to see here very shortly in California. California will be just one of many places that's going to be very active this year. All right, so here he is, Stephon Burns.
Geophysicist Stephon Burns here. There is a big risk of there being a high magnitude earthquake striking California in the immediate near future, this being a magnitude 6 or greater event, even potentially going to magnitude 7, though I think magnitude 6 to 6.5 is the most likely range. And I think it's more likely to occur in Northern California if it does versus Central or Southern California, specifically looking at the San Francisco Bay Area. And there are a lot of reasons for this. The primary one is the fact that we just had a magnitude 7 earthquake up in the Yukon, border of Alaska and Canada, with a ton of aftershocks, hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes. And just a couple days ago, we had a magnitude 6.5 that struck Mexico near the city of Acapulco. Well, California is directly in between.
Now, there's some people that have said that the earthquake in Mexico, where it basically rattled the capital, where the head of Mexico was having a press conference. Claudia Sheinbaum. So she basically had to stop her presentation. Now it was a big earth shaker and lots of buildings shook, but there was no real major. Some people have said that is the white hats now have that technology and that they're using it to basically send signals. I don't know if that's true. It would stand to reason that they do have that technology now and are starting to potentially implement it. I don't think, excuse me, I don't think they're going to use it against the population, of course. That's the evil ones. But they could use this as a signal like this, or they could use it as, a warning, or even use it to take out some of the deep state activity. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens going forward.
The two, and we often see earthquakes follow that sort of progression where they will fill in the gaps. Also, with that Mexico earthquake, there was antipodal earthquake activity with that occurring on the mid-Indian ridge in between the Australasian and Antarctic plate. That is a geologic spreading center. And on the other side of the globe, we have the subduction zone off the coast of Mexico. So there was this clear back and forth sequence with that 6.5 quake in Mexico. Well, we just had an antipodal earthquake for the San Francisco Bay Area, a magnitude 5.7, which is quite large for a mid-ocean ridge on the border of the African plate and also the Antarctic plate. So fairly close by to those other antipodal quakes. And well, that's because California and Mexico are close together. So that is not a good sign. And then there are a bunch of other factors which we will go into. But to start off, just really quickly to mention it, because this is very rare, we just had a doomsday fish wash up off the coast of Monterey. And these are known as doomsday fish because of Japanese folklore and legend associating these oarfish washing up with high magnitude earthquakes and tsunamis. So basically really powerful natural disasters. And they hang out really deep at depth. And the idea is that there's some sort of change to the earth that's occurring in the deep oceans, potentially based off of changing electric field or electromagnetic signals. We know that sometimes.
So it seems like the oarfish are very sensitive. A lot of this plate movement happens deep, very deep within the ocean as it starts to come to the surface. So you'll see the oarfish, get impacted because evidently they are sensitive to these frequencies and waves and so forth. So we've seen this in Japan before the Fukushima, earthquake, and the earthquake which damaged the tidal wave, which damaged Fukushima. So there's lots of these signals, as you guys just saw, 3 different major signals that California is about to get hit. Now, like I said, I don't think this is going to be the big one, but it is going to be pretty significant, and it's going to be the lead in to more significant throughout the year until I think we're going to see a massive tidal wave and probably volcanic activity, and the earthquake activity is going to be off the charts.
Before, during, and after high magnitude earthquakes, we get these sort of electromagnetic signals that are generated and released. And so if these fish are very sensitive to them, which makes sense, that would drive them to the surface. So you don't see them there normally because, so on December 30th of 2025, scuba diver Ted Judah was out in Monterey Bay, clear waters, and he saw an oarfish. So this is very, very rare. And I take these very seriously because back in May and June of 2025, right before the magnitude 8.8 megaquake that struck off the coast of Kamchatka, Russia, one of the biggest earthquakes ever observed, only behind 5 magnitude 9+ events that occurred in the past 125 years, we saw tons of oarfish washing up around the oceans in that area. Australia, New Zealand, India, other locations. And so there is something to this folklore. And case in point, we can look back to 2024 when 2 doomsday fish washed up in California. And look at the date there. That is November 15th for this article by SF Gate. For the second time in less than 4 months, an oarfish washed ashore in San Diego. And so this occurs every now and then. There have been oarfish that wash up every now and then in California, San Diego, Monterey, etc. But again, the date for this is November 15th, 2024. So going 4 months before then up to that moment. And well, let us look at this. If you remember, we had a magnitude 7 earthquake offshore Cape Mendocino at the Triple Junction on the 5th of December, 2024. Here is the map for that. So we can see that this was a big earthquake. We can put on our tectonic faults.
All right. So you see that there's many, signals that we have something in the works. And it doesn't mean it's going to happen today or tonight or even a month from now, but it is coming. So it is one of those things to look out for. Now, earthquake prediction group is saying that it's going to be today or tomorrow. And I'll show you this one as well. These guys have been fairly accurate. I would say probably upwards of 80, 85%. The magnitude that they predict is not always accurate, but they do predict fairly well. So you're seeing here pretty much all of California. So does this mean there's going to be a geological fault that gets triggered? Remains to be seen. So just heads up, we'll keep abreast of that, but I feel very confident, just like I did last year, and we did have very, very significant earthquake activity last year. I think that this year is going to be even more significant. So just be heads up, be aware, trust your intuition, and let it be your guide and your safety for your safety, right? So we're seeing the first Democrat fall, and of course that is Tim Walz. He has basically said that he is not going to seek re-election as governor. Yes, because you're going to be arrested soon. So he's basically bowing out of the race. And imagine this guy was going to be the vice president of the United States, and he can't even be, in his mind, evidently, he can't even be the governor of Wisconsin, and that's very smart of him to basically bow out.
Nominee promising to bring Minnesota values to Washington is politically dead, just like we predicted when the Somali fraud scandal first broke. All
right, not Wisconsin, Minnesota. So he's not the first. There's talk that the Democrats tried to warn Maduro that he was about to be, hit by the military, but they got it to him. I guess they basically sent it after the team was already down there. So I think this is going to blow back on the Democrats. So whoever did that, and I've heard some names already, the Democrats, like I've been saying, as a party is going away. So this is, bombshell after the Somali fraud. This is the tip of the iceberg as far as the Democrat Party fraud.
Predicted that he would be the first to go, and that's exactly what he just announced. Walz has officially dropped out of the 2026 Minnesota governor's race amid the revelation that he oversaw as governor what many are calling the single biggest taxpayer fraud scandal in our nation's history. And what is...
All right, so the single biggest taxpayer fraud in our nation's history, it's not tip of the iceberg, right? So you're going to see Cali, Newsom is going to have massive $1 trillion worth of fraud. Same in New York with Hochul, and I don't know, maybe even Illinois, maybe not as much, maybe only hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. So it's going to be, it's the beginning of the end of the Democrat Party. I've been predicting this for years, and now here it comes. It's going to be fast and furious, I believe, their demise. All right, so Trump posts a long list of 2020 election fraud, and he indicts Venezuela meddling, right? So this is one of the reasons why Venezuela had to be taken down, because of all the election fraud that has been going on down there. So upwards of 71, 72 different countries, when you include ours, have been impacted by the fraud. So throughout the early hours of Monday morning, President Donald Trump posted a series of news reports on election fraud from across the U.S. in the 2020 election. So this is really going to start to heat up now, and it's going to be quite monumental. What is this website? Cookie bullshit. So InfoWars, come on. So throughout the early hours of Monday morning, President Trump posted a series of news reports, and he also posted news reports that detail Venezuela's role in election fraud, something Alex Jones covered in his show in November. So the election fraud, again, the Democrats heavily involved in that. So another reason why the Democrat Party, as I've been saying, is going to go bye-bye, and it's going to be, substantial going forward. So Trump also hints at possible military operations in Colombia, Mexico, and expects Cuba's downfall. Now, we're not seeing in here Brazil yet, but we will, all right? So Lula in Brazil, he's laying low. He's not talking smack like Colombia's president just did, just like Maduro, just like Noriega did. They talked smack and they went away. All right, so Colombia's president just talked smack. He's on, he's not too long for the world, right? Freedom-wise. So we'll see the Colombian president go bye-bye soon. When remains to be seen, but his days are absolutely numbered. So if we look at a presidential matchup between Vance and Newsom, who's heavily funded by the Chinese Party, Communist Party. The Chinese Communist Party would absolutely love to see Newsom get in there, because then they would absolutely completely own America. So we won't see that, of course, but at this point, if there was a matchup, we would see Vance blow it away. He would have 300 electoral votes to Gavin Newsom's 238. So let's take a look at the map as it's predicted right now. So, of course, the usual suspects in fraud, if it does continue to be allowed, are the left coast of the United States, Colorado, New York, of course, and then pretty much Illinois is kind of up for grabs, Virginia up for grabs, Georgia a little bit, because they had a major election fraud last time. So as you see, it's mostly red. It's a sea of red across the country, and no bueno for Newsom and his Chinese backers, right? So not going to happen. And I think that's what it's going to be like in the future. Now, the world's 5 largest cities in the world. I want to share this because I think this is going to be much lower in the future. I think there's going to be, it's starting to ramp up. So I don't see a lot of these countries that have major cities. I don't see that in the future, right? So if you look at population data, which uses imagery, national census data, we're seeing Guangzhou in China has 43 million. It's one city that has 43 million people. Jakarta, 40 million. Dhaka, Indonesia, 37.3. Tokyo, 33. Even though Tokyo is going down in population because Japan has a negative population growth. And then, of course, New Delhi. So the top 5. Now, I strongly believe that these cities are going to, reduce in population quite rapidly, right? In the near future, right? So, so those numbers will change. Not in America, not even close, unless we continue to import Muslims, right, and Chinese, right? So, and I don't know, I guess Hindus too. But for the most part, not looking so good for those countries, in my opinion. I think those countries are going to have a massive downsizing in their populations. All right, guys, that's all I got for today. Real quick one. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Are we heading for a more involvement in Venezuela, South America as a whole? Very possibly. And some things are going to have to happen down there because it looks like the vice president is not going to work with Trump as President Trump said she was. So now we're going to have a little bit more conflict down there. But this is the name of the game that's going to be happening for America. We're going to take control, I believe, of a lot of these countries in South America, South and Central America. We'll have basically user rights or rights to a lot of the oil and silver and gold that's down there, and like rare earths and all that good stuff, because we need that to basically go against China and Russia, who are working to become the number one in the world. Of course, the New World Order, the cabal, has said long ago, as Leo Zagami, I just did a show with him, highly recommend you look at that, because China is everywhere, guys, a lot more than I ever even imagined. I thought I was pretty spot on with what's going on in China, but China wants to control America through the next president, who they want to be, of course, the California governor, Newsom, because he's a superstar in China. He went to China and they're like, they were all gaga over him. And of course, China has been all throughout, we had, who was it? Swalwell basically had Fang Fang, the Russian spy that was his girlfriend. Nothing ever happened to him. He may be the next governor of California. If they get their way, they're going to make him the governor. And then we'll have Newsom as a president, who basically has been supporting China, and so China will take America. they put Newsom in there, guys. It's crazy. So crazy stuff. And Leo talked about how China was like everywhere. In Italy, deep in Italy, just almost completely. They bought like half the debt of Italy. They own Italy. So it's crazy. It's crazy how far-reaching they are. So we talked about Iran, and how Iran. This is one of the reasons why America wants the people of Iran to overthrow the regime there. Because when that happens, then the Abrahamic Accords, which is basically going to do, it's about trading. They'll probably be part of that because they'll be supporting America, and the Shah will come back. He'll support America because he's in the lodges, like Leo talked about here in California. There's a big lodge, Masonic Lodge or Templar Lodge or whatever. So it's all part of a bigger picture. And Leo, former Illuminati, has deep insights, guys. So, wow, that was one of the most revealing shows I've done. So highly recommend you guys go watch that after this show, right? So, or put that on top of your list to watch that one. Wow, incredible reveals, right? And MAGA, Trump needs to come in and start to clean up here in America. He's like, wrangling all these countries in. So we got all the resources and minerals that we need to like make America great again. But if he doesn't come in and start taking down these deep staters, he's going to lose a lot of support from the MAGA. So we'll see what happens, guys. Very interesting show. Right now it's 444 where I'm at. So the angelic numbers. So yeah, President Trump, let's go. The angels are talking, right? So love it. So let's look at some stuff, guys. I'm gonna pull up several things. We'll go through. It's a Sunday. It's a fun day, right? And it's Mike never sleeps, and of course my lovely wife lines up all these shows, and I just do them, right? I just talk and let people talk, right? And it's pretty easy for me. All right, so Delta Force was the one that went in and did that expert, capture of Maduro. I think it was absolutely fantastic. Probably one of the most. I think that capture of Maduro will go down in history as one of the greatest performed military operations in history. Delta Force was the tip of the spear in capture of Venezuelan dictator. So when I did, we went into to get Noriega, the Panama invasion. Delta Force guys were doing a mock-up training to go in and get the CIA guy that was captured and in the prison by Noriega. And they did an excellent job of doing that. But I saw them practice for a month. I was down there a month before the invasion, lining stuff up, getting stuff ready. And those guys were just like, every other night they were like they were practicing training. And they went in and did it. Even though things went to shit because they practiced so well and knew so many different things, they pulled it off incredibly well. And this is the same way. So they had a mock-up. They've been training for months, and they went in and did a superb hit. And my hoo-yah to Delta, and everybody was involved in this. So U.S. Army Delta Force operators executed a precise overnight raid in Caracas, capturing Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, without any American fatalities. President Donald Trump confirmed the elite unit's central role in the operation, which involved helicopters from the 160th Special Operations Aviation. That's the aviation group, the Hilo group that Tier 1 guys use. And of course, they had a lot of different elements, 150 aircraft coming from multiple bases throughout the U.S., Puerto Rico, off the ships, all kinds of crazy stuff. So what an incredible coordination. So yes, America's military is the greatest in the world. We just proved it. It's probably causing a lot of people a little consternation that we could come in and do something so precise, but it definitely is a message that's sent out there, right? And when President Trump says we're going to come spank you if you don't get your shit together, he's going to do it. Now, let's talk about, speaking of spankings, Venezuela's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. acting as leader after Maduro's capture. So President Trump said that she was in agreement to work with the United States, but that doesn't sound like what she is talking about right now, right? So Venezuela's military said it recognizes Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who goes all the way back to the Chavez regime and has stayed in this position of power for a long time. So I don't see her as like, oh yeah, military, U.S. military, yeah, we're going to work with you guys and transfer power and all that kind of stuff. I don't think so. Rodriguez, who was next in the presidential line of succession, served as Maduro's vice president since 2018, overseeing much of Venezuela's oil-dependent economy as well as its feared intelligence service. All right, so Venezuela's high court ordered her to assume the role of interim president. President Trump said on Saturday that the U.S. had been in touch with Rodriguez and that she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Well, either President Trump is inaccurate, or, which I don't think, or she has had a change of heart, right? Because she's saying now that Rodriguez left open the door for dialogue with the U.S. while seeking to calm ruling party supporters. So she said on Saturday night that Rodriguez called Maduro's capture during a daring overnight U.S. military operation barbaric and an illegal and illegitimate kidnapping. I don't think she's on board. I don't think she's on board, guys. I think we're going to have some problems. All right. The military's backing her, and she's saying, you guys are barbaric, and you should bring him back. I don't think that's going to work out so good down there. All right. Somebody's going to have to be spanked. We're going to have to get some more spank. We're going to have to get some paddles out. All right. I think she's going to get spanked. I'm pretty sure she is. Here we have a government with clarity, and I repeat and repeat again, we are willing to have respectful relations, she said, referring to the Trump administration. It is the only thing we will accept for a type of relationship after having attacked Venezuela. All right. So smart that you're not saying, F you, we're going to kick your ass, like Maduro said. That probably wouldn't work out very good. But anyway, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on Sunday that the conversations with Rodriguez and the Venezuelan government are delicate and complicated things that require mature statesmanship, and that's what we intend to do. But our goals remain the same, he said. The difference is that the person who was in charge, even though not legitimately in the past, was someone you could not work with. We just could not work with him. All right. So, and then, of course, Maduro arrived in New York, where he went through the ICE headquarters there and was perp walked, and he said, Happy New Year, or something stupid. And they took him away. All right. So very, very interesting. Trump threatens Venezuela's vice president and says U.S. needs Greenland. All right. So again, watch the show that I did with Leo Zagami, because it's all about getting resources, guys. It's all about getting resources. If you don't have the resources to be the number one in power, then you're not going to be, right? So it's a race right now. We've seen China basically freeze its silver shipments. So they're not shipping out any more silver. Russia stopped shipping their silver a long time ago. Both of those countries are the top two, I think. And then Mexico for silver. And I think Canada's up there somewhere. Of course, Canada's going to be part of the U.S. here pretty soon too, because they got all that silver. So that's the way it's going to be, guys. And you can discount it, or you can see the way things are working, because in Ukraine, Russia is basically going in and seizing all the areas that have trillions of dollars of resources, mines and power sources, all kinds of crazy stuff. And they want that area. The rest of Ukraine's basically, farmland. They could care less about that, but they'll take it probably too. And they're going to take Odessa. They'll take Odessa, and that's basically another nail in the coffin for Europe, guys. So Europe is basically not going to do well going forward. They're not going to be part of the big game. They're not the big boys club. Even though the WEF, the World Economic Forum, is going to meet, I guess this year, in Basel, Switzerland, or wherever they normally meet. It doesn't matter, right? There's a new world order, a new world order, and it's United States, China, and Russia in the race to see who's going to be the winner, guys. Now, the cabal said that China was going to be all the way back in 2008. So it's when you look around at how much China has influence around the world, you're like, wow, it's going to be pretty tough. And if Russia, which is highly likely, joins with China, BRICS type stuff, it's going to be hard to defeat those two guys, because both of them have. I think China is the number one in the world for rare earth, and it's not so much that they have the most rare earth, is that they basically process it, and they get it they've gone all around the world, and it gets shipped to China, and they process it. Now, the rare earth is basically in silicon chips and all the Intel, and not Intel, but the internet type stuff, computers and so forth, and AI, all needs rare earth, massive amounts of it. And so Leo was talking about how China is probably going to take Taiwan, and there's nothing that we can do about that, because they are so entrenched into Taiwan now. It's just going to be, they're going to just walk in, right? And the U.S. is not going to have any say. They can posture, but it's a done deal. So again, it's about resources. Taiwan has all the massive amounts of chips, manufacturing, AI, on and on and on. So it's a race now. It's a total race for who's going to be the dominant force. So that's what you need to start to watch. So as President Trump, America starts to posture and starts to go into these different countries, and Monroe Doctrine, or going to Greenland and saying it's for our own protection because Chinese and Russian ships are all around there, and but there's a lot of stuff in Greenland, resources in Greenland, massive amounts of resources in Greenland as well, guys, and on another level. I can talk deeper on Greenland going forward, but at this point, you need to be aware of the bigger picture that's going on. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened Venezuela's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who is serving as acting president after U.S. Special Forces captured Nicolas Maduro, like we just talked about. And Trump, in a telephone interview with The Atlantic from his golf club in West Palm Beach, quote from Trump, "If she, Rodriguez, doesn't do what's right, she is going to pay a very big price, probably bigger than Maduro." Whoa, what could be bigger? Like getting taken out? that would be bigger. All right. And taken out meaning she gets, blown up or something. I don't know. According to the report, Trump made it clear that he would not tolerate what he described as Rodriguez's defiant rejection of the U.S. armed intervention that led to Maduro's capture. The U.S. president also confirmed that Venezuela may not be the last country to face American intervention. We do need Greenland. Absolutely. We need it for defense, Trump said, describing the island, which is part of Denmark, a NATO ally, as surrounded by Russian and Chinese ships, right? So, very interesting. Now, Colombia is probably going to be a problem too, because Colombia said they were amassing troops on the border to fight U.S. Now, it's interesting, the area where they're amassing troops is where there are large silver mines that haven't really been tapped yet. They've been barely, it's a no man's land at this point, but that's where they're amassing. How about that? How about that? So you look at the bigger picture, and some people have talked about how we're going for the resources, and pretty much we are, right? Pretty much we are. Now, when I was in the Panama invasion, it was because we were basically being told that we're not going to be able to send our ships through the Panama Canal. Of course, we built the Panama Canal, like Trump has said, and a lot of blood, sweat, and money went into that Panama Canal, and China's buying the ports all around on both sides of the Panama Canal, buying them. Right. So Trump is seeing that, obviously, rightfully so, as a major problem. So, yeah, all the way back when, I did the Panama invasion to make sure we got, Noriega. Sorry, Noriega. Noriega is in prison for life, U.S. prison for life. And now Maduro is going to be in prison for life. He could have, said, adios. You got it, U.S. I know that I'm going to lose. Okay. I don't know what he's thinking. Narco terrorists, even back then, were probably influencing him, is what I'm thinking, because I saw a lot of that when I was there. Same thing, obviously, with Maduro. Maduro met with the Chinese delegation hours before he was captured. Very interesting, right, guys? So it's game on. So that's what you need to start. That's what you need to start looking at. Now, do we have problems here in America with the Chinese? Of course we have. We used to have Chinese police stations in America, and that got revealed, and we ran them off. But in Italy, as Leo Zagami was telling me, they have Chinese police, and they're not running them off. So, like I said, or he said, the Chinese basically own half of Italy now, and when I did a show, if you guys watched that show that I did with Juan O'Savin, he talks about how Chinese intelligence is taking pictures of him while he's outside talking with me. So they're there in force, and they're here in America. Of course, like I said, we had Swalwell, who basically had Fang, Chinese spy. Nothing happened to him. Why isn't he sitting in jail? Because he was part of the Intel committee, maybe head of it or something. And then Dianne Feinstein had a Chinese spy that was her driver for 20 years and didn't know that. So there's some real problems in California, guys, a lot more than corrupt Gavin Newsom, stealing money. Where's all that money going? The Chinese? You giving it to the Chinese? So we got a lot of stuff to look at here, right? So many things are being revealed. All right. So in Iran, the Khamenei, who's the head of Iran right now, plans. This is what's on the news right now. Plans to leave for Russia, to escape to Russia, because basically the Iranians are basically taking over the country. They're running off all of the IRGC, which is Iranian Republican Guard. They're running them off everywhere and chasing them through the streets, getting their guns, taking down their compounds. Even in Tehran, it's turning around very quickly. Now the Shah is very positive toward the West, and the West being United States. All right. So I think that Iran, because the United States and Israel, because it would be much easier for Israel to survive and thrive with Iran not fomenting violence all over the area. Every country, almost every country in the Middle East that I went to, guys, especially Iraq, that's when the terrorist attack started. It was funded by Iran. When I was in Afghanistan, terrorism funded by Iran. All right. Pakistan, funded by Iran. So on and on and on and on, all throughout the Middle East. When I was in Beirut, funded by Iran. All right. So they are the culprits, and they're vicious. They're vicious culprits, guys. A lot of people, U.S. soldiers as well. Remember when President Trump, took out one of their generals in Iraq, Soleimani? They didn't like that, right? So Iran is a very, very big problem, and it looks like that problem is about to go away and actually turn into something very positive for the U.S. Because if we get the trading rights and throughout much of the Middle East through the Abrahamic Accords, which is a trading negotiation that's put together by the United States, it's going to be very positive. So again, it's about trade. It's about precious metals and minerals, mineral rights, and so forth, oil, and all this stuff. If everybody's working together and everybody's thriving, which can happen, then there will be peace on the earth. All right. So, but we have to get this stuff, and it's probably going to be a little bit of violence to get it. Right. So it's already been a lot of violence to get it. Now, France and Britain have gone in and have done strikes, aircraft strikes into Syria at ISIS positions. Right. So ISIS has really been, pushing back on their old boy that's now in charge of Syria. And there've been a problem for him. So now we're starting, and President Trump has said, I guess there's military aircraft in Britain right now, U.S. military aircraft that are ready to strike ISIS too. Now, we knocked hell out of ISIS when President Trump came in. So, of course, the Biden administration let them, grow again. And now they're getting the hell knocked out of them again. And that's one of President Trump's famous lines. We'll knock the hell out of them. All right. So he's doing it. All right. So I think we're moving in the right direction. But again, like we talked about today, Leo and I, we have to see some stuff happen here on the homeland. All right. And I think once that happens, everybody's going to be very happy. We see Tina Peters get freed. Things are going to start to move in the right direction. We start to see arrest of these bad governors. Maybe we need to do some strikes like we did with Maduro. Take some of these governors out that are bad. All right. I think we should do a preemptive strike on Gavin Newsom before he gets, close to that White House. Right. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how all this works out. It's a very delicate thing. Because if you push too hard on people like Gavin Newsom, then you can have the leftists just lose their friggin' minds and scream and, throw riots and burn cities and Teslas and Tesla dealerships and all kind of crazy stuff. So we didn't want that. All right. So we need to do it with finesse. Right. And I think it can and will be done. All right. So a lot of positive things, I believe, are moving forward. Now, one of those positive things, I believe the stock market is probably going to go up. Like I said, it's going to have its blow off top. Silver and gold right now. Silver just went over its resistance point. I'm looking at right now the futures. It's at 4,401, which is basically 4,400 is a resistance point. So now it's gone back above that. It had fallen back because there was a lot of pressure, selling pressure from the deep state banks, which I think are really getting hit hard. And that very well could be, from, outside sources. But regardless, American people are going to benefit. And I think it's a positive. Silver basically taking down the Federal Reserve, IRS. Everybody's talking about how we're not going to pay our taxes. There was a huge tax revolt this year. President Trump has already told us that with tariffs, we really don't need the IRS anymore. So he's already prompted it. He's already prompted the tax revolt, right? And the other aspect of this is that January 1st, no tax on Social Security payments, no tax on overtime, and no tax on tips. So fantastic. Silver up 310 now. It just popped a little bit more. I was about to say 377. Geez, it's like just going crazy right now. 377. Do I have 380? Do I have 390? It's going to go higher, guys. 375, 310, 375, 377. Wow, it's like on fire. Boy. So 74. Now I know $74 in silver because there were people that were talking that, of course, I wasn't one of them. Remember, I said silver at the end of the year would hit between 75 and 85, and it hit 84 at the high. So there are people that are really, really knowledgeable that were saying that silver would hit 35 at the end of the year. And I was like, 35? You got to be kidding me. All right. So you got to be kidding me, boys, is now saying we're going to see 120 in January, I believe, guys. So we're going to see this thing really rocket. And that's because there's massive manipulation on this puppy. And the manipulators are going to get super spanked, right? They're going to be crying. Banks are going to be failing. Federal Reserve is going to go bye-bye. There's going to be a lot of good things going to happen for this. So let me see if I can get this, share this puppy. There we go. Come on, work with me. All right, here we go. As you guys can see here, that candle, this is futures trading right here, and it is blowing up. It's blowing up. Silver right now is 75.18. So remember, I was just saying 74.74 and 74.75 and then 74.10. It's popping. It's popping all over the place. So it's up 5.7%. I think this week it's going to really crank. I think it'll probably go sideways for maybe a week or two, and then it's going to crank all the way up to 100, and then maybe a little bit of pullback, and then it's going to go to 120. Right? This puppy's on fire. Right? So another thing that's probably on fire is Bitcoin, XRP. Now, you guys remember I said that there could be another blow off top to the stock market and Bitcoin before it crashes, because it will crash. It's the cycle. It's cyclical. So, and the cyclical part is that everything else in the economy but the stock market is crashing, and silver and gold and precious metals are not crashing. They're going to crank up, right? Because they're the future of pretty much everything. Excuse me. So it's going to be quite substantial to see this going forward. So keep your eye on it. We'll have fun watching it go higher, especially if you own silver, right? Now, why do I think that it's going to go higher? Why, Mike? Why? You ask in your childlike voice. And I say, well, little baby, silver jumps from 95 to 127 in UAE, United Arab Emirates, if you don't know what UAE is. So a 34% glorious gain in a day. So Walmart, they're not dummies. They're selling it, I think, at $80 an ounce. So right now, it did close out on Friday for 71, which is stupid. The shorts were getting hammered. They were like dumping like crazy. The banks were trying to rescue themselves. It's not going to happen. So silver hit $7.95 per ounce, December 30th, UAE. Then a day later, pops 30% more to upside, 127. You know they're in Dubai. They're into silver when they have the largest silver bar in the world, right? So very nice, very nice. Good job, guys. All right, so COMEX still quotes silver in the low 70s, while buyers in Japan are paying around 130, Dubai 127, Kuwait 106, Korea 97, and Walmart near 90, just to get a real bar. So the paper bullshit is going to the wayside, and the manipulators are getting spanked, and they're getting their cojones cut off, right? They only have half a cojones left, and I think this week they get the other half of it cut off, right? So ballless banks, right? That's what we're going to see in the future. So watch your money. All right. All right. Watch your money. Don't let it get away from you. All right, guys. That's all I've got for now. I've been like cranking the shows out, and I got to go shovel snow. See all that snow behind me? I got one of those snow blowers, and I was like, I had a kind of a high-end electric snow blower several years ago. It worked so good. I had a big old battery, and I'd have to it would crank out the snow. And I had a lot of snow, deep snow. You like go, and you go an inch. So I had deep snow like that. So that snow behind me, so there's my little tiny deck snow blower. It's weak. It's so weak. I was like, should have got the big boy. All right. So it doesn't handle deep snow very well. And so I just got it, had charged up the little batteries, not big batteries, big power batteries, little batteries. And it like ran out of energy. So it's probably good for like a few 5-6 inches as the most on the deck to blow it off. So I have to stay on top of it. I was like, I'll get it tomorrow morning. So it went from like a few inches to like 2 feet overnight. I'm like, oh shit. So I was like, broke it out, and I was like, hitting it. It was like barely making a dent in it. Had to break out the shovel and shovel anyway. It's like, dang. Had to shovel the driveway because the our guys that we have to do that were late, and I was like, maybe they won't even come on Sunday, but they did. They came and did the other half that I did it in one half. It was fortunately it's dry snow, so you just like scoop it and gone. So I got a little bit of workout, and I'd fasted for like 48. So almost 50 hours I fasted, no food, and just water. And of course, X2O, LifeWave water, which is like super good for you. And so I was like, I went out, shoveled, and I'm like, now I'm gonna go work out. So I like went down, I created a link for Leo Zagami, and I went energy wise. And I was like, I'm not gonna go work out. Right. I'm going to go eat. Going to go eat for the first time in 50 hours. So that's what I did. And now I'm all rejuvenated. And I'm going to go out there and I'm going to blow that snow off. I'm going to blow it off. And what I can't blow off, I'm going to shovel that. I'm going to shovel it. So it's going to be good. Snow does not stand a chance with me. It does not beat me. I'm the victor of snow, right? I don't care how deep it is. I win. All right. So a little fun stuff. All right, guys. It's beautiful out there. We had a full moon, a wolf moon. Wolf moon last night. All right. And that's when I was doing all those shows. So you guys loved them. I think it's like about 100,000 views on Juan O'Savin. Boy, he dropped a lot of stuff. If you haven't seen it, you got to see that one too. And if you didn't see the one with the three amigos, that's a good one too. And then I just did Leia, which was, he crushed it. And so back to back shows that are just like blowing it up. All right. And that's the way it's going to be in the future, guys. So lots of great information, lots of good intel. Juan was like, when I did the show with Juan, I was like 106,000. Remember, I was kicked off YouTube so many times. I had 250,000 subscribers at one time, and then bye-bye. All right. You want to talk about the truth? We can't have that. And so, and then I built them up again. I built it up again. They got kicked down. And then there was one that was like still lurking out there, and I didn't even know it was there. And then I was like doing a search in I have a secretive YouTube channel, because if I come out, and there's one time if I came out in the open, I was like, guys, all I want is just my own. I need a YouTube so I could look at your YouTube stuff. And so that they see my name, it's like, boop. It's like, damn. And so I did a secretive one. And that I would sneak in and I would like watch videos and then I'd like shut it down. It's like, you learn how to do these things over time. So I was about ready to go into it again. And this old one popped up and I was like, and I'd always like, you know, I disagree with you guys kicking me off. And they're like, no, F you, you're gone. You don't mean anything to us. Boom. So I saw this one and it popped up. It was an old one, had like 40 or 50,000. I was like, so it popped up and it says, if you want to, you know, put in a disclaimer for having been kicked off YouTube, fill this out. So I was like, why not try it now? Who knows? Maybe it'll work. So I put it in and they're like, yeah, you're right. We're going to give you your channel back. And I was like, what? What about all those other? Oh, never mind. So I took the channel and I started working on it. And so it went from 50. Now it's up to 100, almost getting ready to go over 108. But it was 106, you know, several hundred thousand or several hundred, 106,000, 800, whatever it was. And I was doing the show with Juan and it popped over 107,000. Everybody liked it so much. They're like, I'm going to subscribe to this boy. And because he's bringing the truth. And I'm like, you're right. I'm bringing it. So that's pretty cool, right? It went to 107,000 while I'm doing the show with 107. All right. Very nice. Very nice. So I told him about that and he's like, oh, that's great. And I said, you know, it's like the old days, you know, when we were, both of us were starting out on YouTube and you were like on my show all the time and it was blowing up. We'd get thousands and thousands of people watching. We had thousands of people watching, you know, when we were doing that show, because everybody's like, hey, you got to come see this. Juan's putting out some good stuff now. So he's always been putting out good stuff, just it didn't resonate. But with the Maduro, everybody's seeing that, you know, we've said for a long time, it has to be the military. And now everybody's seeing that. And so now we're like, okay, all that popcorn we ate, it's paying off. Yeah, it's paying off. We see now. It was a good show and you guys were right. So yeah, and he said that he's going to start coming on to a lot more shows because there's a lot more to reveal. I'm like, all right, bring it. Let's go. All right. So yeah, it's going to be very fun going forward. It's been fun all the way to this point, although, you know, challenging for a lot of people. But we've been there. We've been working together, keeping each other calm, right? Keeping each other focused. We haven't been losing. We didn't lose the focus. Good job. And now we're in a winning streak, and we want to build on it. And when we talk about stuff and you don't quite understand, and sometimes some of you get a little annoyed because we're like saying, you know, Trump needs to focus and hook up the MAGA people. That's basically, he watches these shows, guys, or at least some people that's with his team watch these shows. So we want to stimulate him to start really focusing on kicking some MAGA ass, all right? And that means taking down some of these baddies. I think it's coming. I've been saying it. I said that Maduro was going to go. I said that the Shah of Iran would be back. He's coming back. I've predicted quite a lot of things, and I predicted before they started to happen. You know, all of these storms that were coming all along the West Coast and going across America. So these atmospheric rivers, believe it or not, all the way up and down the coast from Alaska through Canada, or Washington, Oregon, California. So massive atmospheric rivers. Even in Alaska, they have had record-setting snow, even in Alaska. Wow, right? And that's hard to do, but it's happening. All right. How long does it last? I think we're going to get several more, right? So I think we're on 2 or 3 already. I said there would be like 5 or 6. So we'll see. All right. Okay, guys, lots of love. Yeah, that's right. 2020, it's not over yet. Yep, it's coming. All right. See you guys next time. Stay in the love vibration. All right, Juan, thanks for coming on at short notice. I know you came on very early in the morning with Nino.
Yeah.
So they're very good, very good. You're on the cutting edge of getting this information out as you have been this is very similar to, our days back when we took down Noriega. So I was one of those guys flying around the helos with Tier 1 guy. But I think this one was much better done, much better coordinated. I think we all can be very proud of U.S. military and the coordination that happened to make this happen.
Well, the thing about this, with Noriega, there was no real notice to Noriega that we were coming. Their military wasn't really ready for us. Whatever anticipation was relatively, compared to this, low level. Here, you have the biggest military buildup in that part of the world since World War II. And they clearly knew we were coming at some point. That was part of the genius of keeping them on edge the whole time, but monitoring all of their activities so we could see who was where, what their plans might be, who was coordinating. And then it went mostly unnoticed, but just as I told Nino's audience earlier today, Maduro had people within his inner circle who were communicating with us that were intelligence agency assets, or in this case, one specific asset that had direct knowledge and gave us enough information so that we were able to act with confidence. And then, the hardest part about doing something like this, there was a plan to do this as far back as almost 2 weeks ago. But you may remember, for example, I had some stuff going on in Brazil, and they had huge storms, power outages, everything. And so the bank operations ceased for several days with these rolling back blackouts. And of course, a lot of that same weather was also present in Venezuela at times, as well as low-level clouds in the areas that we wanted to work in. And so it just made it problematic doing something as large and complex as this, and where you got to pull it off with exact precision, but to not have any leak, compromise with such a large number of military forces in play, that's pretty spectacular, pretty incredible.
It really is. And President Trump just got off the air, and we just jumped on. So great job. Thanks for doing this. But he talked about how the special forces came in and they had resistance. So they were planning, whether they knew they were coming or not, they were planning on this operation happening. And so they met with a lot of gunfire. I guess they, suppressed that, how they did. And then they caught Maduro just before he went into a safe room, which is a steel room, and stopped him just as he was closing the door. So amazing, coordination.
Well, and of course, even if he gotten in the room, they had alternatives, but that would have taken more time. You'll notice that the time when they first got onto the ground at the compound until they left was almost an hour and a half. So they were there for quite a while they were securing the egress. And so they got the compound itself, the residents, the safe house residents secured, and then held until they knew that they could get all of that group out safely without, running the gauntlet, if you will.
Right.
And pretty amazing. I said it to audiences, I said it to your audience a number of times. You cannot underestimate the resolve that Trump has, and that if he says something, he's going to make sure that he absolutely meant it, and both for good and for bad, right? Maduro had numerous opportunities,
right?
One of which I was very, very directly, intricately aware of the precision of what was being offered. And, if you want to give a Dumbass of the Year award out for 2026, it's Maduro, who even to January 1, even to the morning of January 2, could have struck a deal. And, even though his fate was already in play because they were ready to move. It was a weather related issue primarily in not moving sooner. And to be so arrogant and so confident in, all of his, chest beating, and if Trump does this, we'll do terrorism, that, and we'll release the gangs, this other thing, all of that over. And not only, you hear this stuff about how we're supposed to be afraid because now the counterattacks, the terrorism, the everything else. Well, okay, wait a minute. If we're going to go ahead and secure Venezuela and secure those facilities and bring in American companies and contractors to help rebuild Venezuela's oil industry, we're talking about a lot of people that are going to need some level of sense of security and safety to move around and do what they got to do. And I think that the reality of this moment is that all of that chest beating and threats and everything else are going to be meaningless. And by the way, look at that picture. Okay, so Maduro is dressed warmly, but he's got the nice leather cuff, so he doesn't get an owie on his wrist from getting him over tightened. He's got his bottle of water. He's got noise canceling headphones on him. He can't hear anything around him. He can't hear him talking, nothing. And he's got his goggles on. He can't see a thing. He can't see anything. He can't hear anything. He can drink some water and mumble. Nobody cares. He could have been Mr. Dumbass. There could have been in a tropical location, spend his money, out of reach of U.S. justice, take the deal, go away. Marcos did it. Marcos took the money, he left, and he lived to be an old man. Okay, Maduro could have done the same thing. There is the biggest dumbass in the Americas, right there.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, and that that's interesting. You brought up Marcos because I was over there during that time frame as well, and there were situations that were happening, and special forces were involved in some of that stuff as well. But moving him out, he took it out, and pretty much his military had already turned against him, so he didn't have any other recourse. Now we know.
Well, and let me just add this. Maduro's military was already turning on him hard. He didn't even realize how bad it was going to be for him. It's the Cubans that were holding the line and even taking out some of the people that they thought weren't trustworthy to hold the line against or for Maduro. So there's dramas that come out over time. But I apologize for mentioning. I just it is so much like Marcos. He had a different path, man. He could have been a genius.
Yeah, he did. He lived in a hotel room and did his workouts on the bed. But other than that, he lived a little bit longer. He had a little bit longer life.
Yeah.
Of course, his wife, as well. Lived. She didn't have all of her shoes, but she lived a nice long life after that. So that's not going to happen for Maduro and his wife.
Hey, a lot of kids in this audience, people like in their 30s and 40s, they don't remember as far back as we do. So Imelda Marcos, when they went into their residence, the people overran the residence when they went into exile, and her closet had 3,000 pairs of shoes. That's how big her closet. They have people starving to death. Yeah. Mothers begging for a little money to get milk for their baby. Yep. The country in complete, total, utter collapse. And she has 3,000 shoes in her closet. It was so that's probably the thing. When you're a little bit older like us, that is the statement you say Marcos, and immediately it goes to Imelda in her shoes. What will be said about Maduro? And by the way, here's something that people don't realize. I was talking with one of my friends, one of the great intelligence assets ever in our lifetime, who is the expert. I mean, there is nobody anywhere in the intelligence arena that's probably a bigger expert on South America, Cuba, specifically Venezuela, and like that than this person. And he was pointing out, again, something that we've known for quite a long time. The genius here, Maduro was just a bus driver, okay? He was just a bus driver. And Chavez didn't necessarily trust anybody. He wanted people he could control to be around him, so that, because anybody that actually had a brain is a threat, right? And Chavez is just a brute. So Chavez gets the bus driver, makes him the vice president, wants him to be the one that succeeds him. And part of the reason for that was the Cubans. The Cubans, and you saw it in the press conference. You heard me talk about this morning, if you listened to what I said with Nino about the whole Cuban situation. Oh, yeah. But during the news conference with President Trump today, somebody brought up Cuba. And Trump, said, well, they got some stuff to worry about. Rubio said a few things. They were running, just as I've told your audience. I've said it for, last year. It's the Cubans running Venezuela. And they reiterated that today. The security forces out of Cuba running Venezuela. They got some problems. The border to Colombia, they send in military to kind of cover that border. They're not looking for Venezuelans leaving Venezuela. They're looking for Cubans and Iranians.
Yep.
Trying to get out of the country. that's who's
going
to drag it out the border.
That leads to Iran is about ready to fall as well, just like we just saw.
Well, that's a good point. Iran, I had reports, people that are directly involved there over the last couple of days, and about 16 hours ago or so, I had a pretty detailed piece of input. And from their perspective, the central government essentially is in free fall right now. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, has already collapsed. The only thing holding it together at this exact second is a military and policing component that themselves are trying to secure their own homes and families from the Iranian people, because the Iranian people have just had it. The suppression, the hurt has come from the military and policing, targeting individuals, disappearing individuals. That's why Trump said a couple days ago, and made sure it got to everybody in Iran. If you're going to attack the Iranian people, if your military and policing forces are going to attack the Iranian people for protesting, we'll come in and protect them. Now, in light of what just happened with Maduro, you think those guys are going to take Trump seriously? They better.
Yeah. Well, this is kind of stuff we've been talking about for years, that at some point Trump comes back, we're going to see a worldwide, takedown of these evil, corrupt governments. And so the dominoes are starting to fall. And if you don't get in line, you don't start doing the right thing, your government's going to go down. And I think he basically said that about Cuba and Colombia, Iran. So a lot of these countries are basically on notice, I believe.
Well, and let me say something that, I think your audience knows I am no lover of anything Bush. Anything within the family, I am mad as hell. I'm pissed off. I've got reason to be. I don't talk about it on the air, but I can tell you right now, justice can't come too quick. Now, the big flip, President Bush and his pot of oil and all that crap into the CIA and everything else for all the years, but it really turned hard back at the beginning of Bush too, and with the family and the stuff going on. there was all sorts of problems all the way back in the 80s and 90s.
Yep.
Bush was the one really behind Iran-Contra, not Trump. Not Reagan. And, if Ollie North hadn't destroyed all the records, Von Hall, what she smuggled out was the bank accounts that all the money, the Black Ops money was in. They couldn't destroy those records. They didn't make sure they had that. But the rest of it, that's what Ollie was destroying in the basement. That had those records not been destroyed, it's my contention that we would never have got Bush 1 or Bush 2 into office. The world would be so vastly different. And I don't believe you'd have gotten Clinton in office. And so the world would be so vastly different today if those records had not been destroyed back at Iran-Contra there in the White House basement.
Wow.
And what they protected were criminal operations with the drug smuggling, the creation of the 6, and then one got eliminated with 5 remaining in Colombia. Drug kingpins that were created in collusion with our own CIA and other intelligence agencies. Had those records not been destroyed, the trail would have clearly shown, the money trail would have clearly shown how CIA was being enriched, a lot of their operatives in various parts of the world, and with that Black Ops money, the political stuff would have also shown the initial first investments clearly into Smartmatic, that is the predecessor of Dominion in the vote stuff. And part of what's interesting even about today, a lot of the news feed was of Maduro when he was, running his presidential election. He's wearing his yellow suit with the stars and everything, looking like a superhero wannabe. And in that, he's casting his vote in the ballot box, for a free, fair election. Okay, yeah, right. What a dumbass. At the end of the day, what you're really, really, really going to see happen, this is the first crack in the whole election myth of honest elections.
Glad you brought
Okay?
this up. Good.
And so as they bring them into New York and go after the drug trafficking and everything else, Southern District of New York, of all places, oh my gosh, of all places, Southern District of New York, corruption central. Why all the Epstein stuff there? Because they had 20 years to hide all the evidence on the Epstein stuff and to convolute it and tweak it, okay? Why can't you trust all of it? Because a lot of it's tweaked. So you got to wade through and get the actual for real stuff, not the concocted Hollywood version. Rob Reiner gets some credit on that. So within this context, here you have him indicted in the Southern District of New York, and the trials and the revelations, all the revelations that are coming, including the vote fraud with the machines. You're going to show the connections before too long. You're going to show the connections into various Western intelligence agencies, and it's going to lead to Brennan. It's going to lead to the Clintons. It's going to lead to all these various players. Don't expect it tomorrow, not this week or this month, but as the layers of the onion get peeled back, then very, very sensitive stuff is going to be allowed to come out to the public. Trump has to do that. And the reason he has to is because unless you reveal what actually was going on, it will happen again. So you're going to have not just a couple people show, you're going to have waves of people. If we're going to sit there and occupy Venezuela and come in with the business stuff, you're going to have all sorts of business people. Everybody's going to want to be on the right side of history. No. I was never a bad guy. Not with Maduro and all that. No. They'll come out and give you every story in the world, and they'll have paperwork to back it up. You're about to begin to unravel something that goes across the world. Why start with Venezuela? Why not start with Iran? Because Venezuela is where the vote fraud, 71 countries plus the United States with their vote frauded. Serbia, the server farm in Serbia, which Brennan was a co-owner with, along with the richest person in Serbia. This is crucial. And by the way, I've mentioned to your audience previously, let me mention it again. The other person that is about to get an indictment handed down on him is Ramaphosa in South Africa. And he'll be treated exactly as Maduro is, him and all of his henchmen around him, who went in and allowed billionaires to rape and pillage in the Congo for a little bit of mining wealth. Like they didn't have enough in their own in South Africa, but the cobalt was the key, and China's right behind it. If Ramaphosa is a genius and he wants to show the world what a genius he is, or innocent, or whatever it is he wants to say, getting on the right side of Trump as quickly as possible by stepping down, admitting that his election was fraud. His election was as fraudulent as Biden's.
Wow.
South Africa is where the server farm, when they had to leave Venezuela because it was collapsing so bad, to use their electronic technology to flip elections around the world, including coming up on the U.S. 2020 election. The first test of the Serbia server farm, of which Brennan was half owner in Serbia, was the South African election that put Ramaphosa in office again, and that whole crew. So his election was as fraudulent as Maduro's. Everybody knows it, and we're coming for him. If he's smart, he takes a lesson from Maduro and finds a nice tropical place, an island. We don't want him anywhere we get out on land. Azores would work, someplace, very, very isolated. And he settles in, stays there, and doesn't leave. And, he can let everybody, when I was in South Africa here a few months ago, the Lenin Strip, I'm telling you, the horror that Johannesburg has become compared to what it was 25, 30, 35 years ago. I mean, when you say shithole, that probably... You could have somebody throw you under a latrine and let you live there, and it would probably be cleaner and safer than what Johannesburg has become. Just get one block outside of the main central park that's run by the criminals running South Africa. It's a horror. We're going to go after those guys. We're going to stop them because they're destroying South Africa and the rest of the region. And they were in partnership with Venezuela and China, moving drugs into South Africa and then up into Europe. We're going to go kick their fucking ass hard with the pointy boots.
So Juan, your intel is amazing. Worldwide Intel Network is unbelievable. And tell us, why are we going worldwide?
Chinese Asian trying to take a picture of me. Uh-oh.
Why
the Chinese are after me? The Chinese Asian was just trying to take a picture of me.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, she was trying to get close to me earlier today.
Why would we have a worldwide, network being collapsed when we have, such problems? Because people are like, why are we doing this outside all around the world? We have our problems here in the United States. Why are we doing it outside before we do it inside?
That is a good question, but it isn't actually a genius question. We're not just taking out the trail. We're taking out the source. And that's why this is so critical at this moment in time. Trump has shown the resolve to go out to these disparate places that all have got tentacles coming into America trying to rip us apart and, go at the source. And seeing it fall apart in these other places, these support mechanisms for the traders within, literally. Where's the international support going to be as we disclose more and more of what Maduro was actually up to? Mm-hmm. Is there going to be support, including money and rhetoric and like that, to support the Clintons when the truth of what they've been doing comes out? I've been tracking someone in South America's movements for several years. who's a very, 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 very bad player, and protected by Western intelligence agencies. And this person is as evil as anybody on the planet. One of his key places that he was rallying from was Venezuela. Without that there, I suspect that he will meet justice somewhere very, very shortly. And this is someone that has a history here in the U.S., as he should. We were there to take him, but we were going to take him one way or another. He was not going to continue to be a threat to Venezuela or the world. And, taking care of business.
Definitely. So, Colorado, they don't have the
Okay, Michael. When I first saw all the explosions, I thought they were busting Tina out. I thought that was Colorado. I thought, finally he's going to go in.
That was going to happen too.
I saw the helicopters. I saw the explosion. I saw finally they're going to go get Tina.
Exactly what we're doing.
The thing. I apologize, Bruno, but you threw that softball in there, low speed. I had to swing at it. I was looking at the first pictures of Maduro being escorted with Marines on each shoulder, right, handcuffed, and then he's in the boat, and he's got noise canceling headphones on. He's got the blackout glasses on. Don't let you see anything. These are the gamer glasses that you don't see anything around you. And he's all cuffed up. He's got a water bottle in his hands. He can't hear. He can't. There's nobody to talk to. He doesn't know what's going on around him. And I was thinking, well, gosh, I wonder if I could do an AI of Polis.
Oh yeah.
I'm in the same situation because I'm telling you.
I'm glad you said that. I was hoping you would go there.
Well, let me just say this to Polis and to a couple of the other people there in Colorado in lead positions.
Yep.
Maduro had a chance to back up, back off, get the fuck out of the way, and he waited too long. He tried to get too much of a deal. He could have taken an early deal, saved everybody a lot of trouble and expense, and Trump would have honored the agreement, let him go. Those folks in Colorado think they're being smartasses. They're going to come up against Trump. He's just getting warmed up. And by the way,
yes, sir.
Venezuela and Maduro specifically, and the whole criminal cabal that came out of there, where's Dominion headquarters in the U.S.? It's right there in freaking Colorado. You think Trump is going to just let you get away with it? It's a seditious act on the part of the governor of Colorado, attempting to undermine the authority of the president of the United States and the pardon. He's challenging President Trump. Who do you think is going to win this battle? You want to take bets? I'm like giving really great, odds on this bet that Trump is going to kick Polis's ass so hard. That star in his ass. I mean, he's going to put, those silver tips like guys like to put in their pointy boots. Trump's going to put his cowboy hat on, put the silver tips on his boots, and kick Polis in the ass so hard the left cheek is going to think it got hit first when the right cheek got obliterated. Okay? Because we're not going to allow this type of seditious activity to stand to undermine federal authority. And they want to do that. And I can tell you right now, Polis and the rest of the people there in Colorado and in these high government offices, they're in an echo chamber. They're listening to a bunch of yesterday's old moronic shit for brains, asinine people thinking they still have Biden in office, who was put there through fraud coming out of Venezuela.
Right.
Hello.
Now, another thing I saw too is the CIA is on the right side, it seems like right now. I know there's probably
Well,
still.
you've got a few people there. Let me just add this. You were there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pretty pretty amazing people there. There really is, who have amazing history. I just talked with one of them a few hours ago, one of my greatest friends, one of the greatest experts on that part of the world, maybe the best expert on that part of the world on the planet right now from an intelligence standpoint. And, you know, it hurt when you have put a lot of life into some kind of a position, and then somebody comes in and mucks it up. I don't care if you were janitor at Disneyland and then you find out something horrible's going on there and you were working there. It stains, it taints your soul. And it hurts that you've done so much and then others come in and completely slime it out. Trump's found a few of the guys that he can trust and, you know, trust but verify. And they've come in there and they did some amazing work. And the ones that are on the payroll to SES that have sold their soul, both at the CIA and FBI and all the other agencies, well, they're going to, you know, they better start thinking about their exit strategy, including the folks over at DEA. Oh, believe me, you got some folks over at DEA and at FBI and at CIA, most of them rallying out of Florida that really need to start looking at, you know, maybe Putin will take them to China because they're not going to survive what's coming. The information on some of the stuff that they've had going on from other agency personnel who are just, they're not going to, they are standing for it. They've cried out. They've, you know, a lot of them had to leave. You know, in fact, over the last several months, I've got several people. I might have the largest number of anybody in the world out of FBI and CIA that are ready to go back to work that left because they wouldn't be part of the crime. You know, and it's not crimes, it's crime. It's just one big crime. It's all one big crime, all interrelated. Some of the stuff that the guys will tell you that they've, you know, reported on, that they've whistleblown on, that they put their careers on the line over, is so stunning, so atrocious. You would never believe that U.S. Citizens would even be capable of some of these crimes against the world. And they're going to get exposed. They're going to get taken out. You know, we're going to clear it. So I guess I better
another
bow
country.
out pretty quick here. Everybody's showing up to take pictures of me.
I know I was about to ask you about the Chinese, and here they are. So they're hot on you right now. So you need to make it exit, I guess. But the Chinese, I think they're going to go the same way as Iran. They're basically going to collapse. The bad guys in China. What are your thoughts?
Well, in many ways, that already happened a bit some time ago. There's been a loss of power by Xi. The generals are running it, and I'll just say this: at the end of the day, China's being run by the banks out of the city of London, and
unbelievable
the people that they're pulling that off, and you know, the Hong Kong thing and all that.
Yeah.
It's like the wildest James Bond movie you've ever seen. Spectre's alive and well type of thing. But a lot of those networks are being compromised internally under their own weight because they get so unwieldy and then they attack each other, and you know, it's a fight for power all the time. But China's got enough going on that I would be very hesitant to say that it's going to collapse, even like the Soviet Union did. It's a more complex monster, and it's something where those banks that we're dealing with globally still feel that they have options available to them, and some of that goes into the silver and gold and like that. So there's
Melania wore her silver dress. Was she doing the semaphore thing?
Hey, language of semaphore, man. Can you even come up with a better script than that? As I've been telling people all the way along, he sends messages right in plain sight with Melania's dresses, right? So there she begins the new year with silver. You can't even improve on that on the script in the background. By the way, Jen and I just released. I haven't done any fanfaring. I've been too busy. But early this morning, your time, late last night, we posted our 2026 coin. It's the Called from our movie, The Called.
Oh, beautiful.
The
I'm gonna have to get some of that.
Yeah, the 5th year anniversary is coming up in just a few weeks. And of course, it's all about the elections. Remember, President Trump called the American people to be present when the electors were going to vote on January 6th on the Biden victory. That was a fraud on America, again, based on stuff that came out of Venezuela and Maduro. And so, and we had the largest gathering of American people ever in Washington, D.C., depending on who you want to listen to. Somewhere between 1.5 and 2 million people showed up in the dead of winter. Yeah, bigger than any other assemblage of the American people. And by the way, you know, they had 500 operatives from the intelligence agency that they've acknowledged, direct employees and contractors there to manage the crowd into this riot.
I was like, there's some shady stuff going on in this crowd.
Oh yeah, anybody could see it.
impede everything, so you couldn't send anything out. I was like wanting to send
Yeah.
So
Well, but think about this. What they intended to do, they didn't have enough people, even with those numbers, because the American people so overwhelmed them that they couldn't pull off the shenanigans, the fraud that they had intended to cause the riot and everything else.
And you know,
the will of the
people knew that there
were
was going to be some mischief going on there. So we probably would have had 4 or 5 million there if there wasn't any, known mischiefs coming.
That's very true, because a lot of people stayed away because they just knew
Yeah.
something was going to. They just knew it.
You and I are like, there's going to be mischief. I'm going.
Well, I was there. Jen and I were there as the movie shows. And by the way, I think Jen has a link up for the movie. It had about 5.5 million views.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great movie. Or is a great
Remember how hard they were shutting things down. So we said that we gave it to the world for free, right? Anybody download and share. So people, as fast as they could take it down, it got put up by other people. Some people were more successful than others in getting out. But I had about 5.5 million views. And so to kind of commemorate that, we've got the new coin up for 2026, and I've got probably the lowest price it'll ever be for right now. It's a proof quality, so it doesn't go.
Good. Yeah, we'll put it in the description box so people can get it. But I'll definitely be getting it. I love to get at least 10 of those, and that's going to be cheap in the future, because I think we're going to see $5,000 plus dollar silver in the future, next couple of years or so.
Anybody that bought silver, I hit the bottom of silver in that couple year period, the day that we released our first 2023 coin.
Yeah.
And I have a bit of a history there. By the way, go look up the atomic weight of silver.
107.
I'm gonna get a little connection there, but and nobody's lost a penny on the silver that Jen and I have put out the prices.
I'm very pleased. Yep.
So, and I expect, just as you said, that it will go up significantly more yet.
Yeah.
That's the other part of the fight. It's the elections, honest elections, and honest money, and that's where.
So that will help bring down the city of London, do you think? So that's the real culprit we need to be. I joked on my show yesterday. Maybe we need to just go in and bomb the city of London, but I don't think the Brits would like that so much. So we're not going to do that. But the only other way we can take that down is to take away their money.
Well, let me just say this: the British people, I really enjoy British people, all through the Commonwealth. There's so many beautiful people and places. However, there is a criminal cabal running the city of London, the old Roman city, the old Roman wall city within the city where all the 100 main banks within this international reserve system are domiciled. And of course, a lot of people talk about the biz, the location in Switzerland where everything's resolved at Bank of International Settlements like that. But in Basel, but the core to it is the city of London, and that's the other part of the fight, because they're enslaving the world with their reserve policies, their fiat money. And so going back to honest money tied to actual tangible material, silver and gold is key to getting us back on track across the world and getting the world running again, bringing energy back online. By the way, who was in charge of the whole green movement? That's the Brits, King Charles, that whole club, to try and get the world to shut down the ability to produce and run and pick and choose the winners, and turning on the oil back in Venezuela, getting oil prices down to where they can be so that the world can go back into a productive phase again, getting out of the Jimmy Carter cardigan sweater crowd, fireside chat with a sweater on, because you can't even have the fire up warm enough to keep the room warm, right? You got to have a sweater on top of it, all this bullshit. By the way, let me just add one more thing. Biden was horrible, but most all of these problems, these globalists, they have puppets. And one of their early puppets that, people don't want to hear because the propaganda is so hard, so strong. But before it's all over with, you're going to find out that a lot of these things happened, got their initiation under Carter.
Yep.
Iran went off the rails in Carter. And these globalistic crowds. So that's going to come out. SES was created under Carter. Bush is the one that put the whole package together over at CIA as a result of the Church Committee hearings. And then the Inspector General's office has been cutting off the flow of funds. That had a bit to play with. You'll find out eventually over at Justice Department, Tina not getting out, and some shenanigans going on in the background there. That all came under Carter, and then the hostage rescue mission, showing the weakness of America with its failure. Reagan brought back, Morning in America, Dawn in America, and stuff like that. But it was he didn't have the depth of support needed, and I don't think we fully understood
about that too, because Carter had just destroyed the American military so much that it was amazing that Reagan even got anything done. So we're looking at Noriega, taking down Noriega in the Panama invasion. It was amazing that we're even able to do that, because it was a fast workup to get the military back up to speed. And
you and I,
a lot of stuff in
go ahead.
Panama that was very suspect, military wise. So
you and probably had a similar experience. Guys that were around from the 60s, 70s into the 80s, that were truly old school within the intelligence community. They were there when the Church Committee hearings happened, the embarrassments, the exposure, things going on there. But then when Carter, right off the bat, early in the administration, said, we're going to gather our intelligence with satellites. And so we're cutting off all the human intelligence. We're not going to pay off any of our, spies in Iran, et cetera, the mullahs and all that. We're just going to cut that off because we'll get what we need from listening devices, from satellites, et cetera. And he decimated the intelligence community. And the ones that were left were guys like Brennan. Okay.
Wow.
And you have a lot of guys that, stepped out and said things. Most of them didn't say it in public, but to guys like you or I, they had a thing or two to say about what was going on, and that all of that was right. Everything has come true. I hear people's voices ringing in my ears. Well, this is going to happen, and that, but I won't be around to see it, but you will if you live. So, but now we're seeing the come around on this, and Trump. If it wasn't for Trump, like Trump said, he would never have let the seizure of American oil companies' assets across Venezuela happen the ways it happened under the Bush administration, Clinton administration, Bush administration. He would never let that happen. And we're going to go back and reimburse people and let them have access back to their properties and leases and until we're paid back. And it'll be a message to anybody else who wants to come in and try to pull the same thing out in the future. They may have got away with it for a while, but America's going to come back, and the exposure of the frauds in the election system will, stop a lot of this mischief for a very long time. And by the way, just to reiterate something I said in your last show, Trump is going to declare a national emergency related to elections and order that all the voter rolls have to be completely redone within the context of that national emergency. Nobody's going to defy him. And then hand count, paper ballot, no machines. Why no machines? Because of what happens. Smartmatic into all the other election machines, the collusion of intelligence agencies across the world, internal traders. That's all going to come out. We are going to have a hand count paper ballot 2026. And this is the first big move to bring this to the surface, to bring this out into the open. So, enjoy the show.
Screed still basically expose all that, I believe. And then we're going to see, we're already starting to see the corruption is so widespread. It's the Democrat method of operation to come in and do fraud. We're going to see trillions of fraud all across the country.
Well, let me add though, in fairness, a lot of Republican rhinos.
Sure.
When I first was dealing with this back with the Collier brothers in Florida in the 80s, and I first met them in the late 70s, I think 79. Jim, and then Ken later, the Collier brothers with vote scam. In fact, one of my guys, Mark Cook, who does the hand count paper ballot roadshow, Mark Cook has posted over on his site the lost interview of Jim Collier. And it's, if you listen to it, it's like rehearing about elections right now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just stunning how he nailed it 30 years ago. And when we didn't know all the rest of the stuff we know today, when this is all over, Jim and Ken Collier, who they created Hawaiian Tropic suntan lotion in buckets and sold it bottled on the street. Great guys. In fact, I got to be the Hawaiian Tropics car for an event. I had one of my Shelbys, a very, very rare Shelby that I had, a white one, and one of 6 that Carol had built at the time. And got to carry a couple of the Hawaiian Tropics girls on the back and back seat, and waving, holding onto the roll bar like that. It was pretty cool.
One of my judge too. I got to be a judge of some of those. And I was like, that was fun.
Well, and that was kind of part of the thing is that when I showed them the pictures, in the 80s of that, and they're like, "Oh, okay, well, we are friends." And but yeah, they should be honored when we honor people like Tina Peters and many others. Oh my gosh, the number of great Americans that have showed up to challenge the vote fraud, these vote scams across the world.
with their own
71
money,
countries.
with their own money, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
the deep state's
yeah.
money. So I applaud them. I agree. We should really applaud them.
We really and I don't know how, but just like Tina, the personal cost, there isn't any money that can take care of that.
No,
But there is some remuneration needs to happen. And by the way, Justice, one thing that has to happen in Colorado, and it's one of the things I'm going to deal with here at some point, we're getting close. We gathered together $250,000 to have a recount on the primary campaign for Tina when she was running for Secretary of State. And I was one that asked her to do that. After the Attorney General, I take it back, it was the prosecutor, made her, in order to get bail, down from like $500,000 to $25,000, she had to agree to remove herself from office. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. I mean, that's got to be addressed criminally, I think. But also, when we did I said, no, you got to run for Secretary of State. And she did, in spite of the fact that they were talking about revoking her bail for doing that. And then we had to come up, we knew we won the primary. They frauded it, got $250,000 for a recount. And then the state of Colorado ran the most corrupt, crazy, stupid recount you can ever imagine in your whole life. Mark Cook was there, present, saw it all, got the documentation. We're going to go take that whole state to court on the way they did stuff. They think they got away with shit. They're going to find out that just like Maduro, you should have taken the deal, you dumbasses.
Yep. F around and find out. So, I mean, there's so many different things that, we can look at. As Tina Peters, remember, she flew into Mike Lindell's in a event where they're disclosing election fraud. And they told her if she went that they would arrest her when she came back, and she went anyway.
Well, and the first time I met Tina in person was after that presentation. And we, spent about 5 hours together, kind of going through what I expected to happen, etc. And the context was that the equipment that was used to actually record the stuff off of her machine was equipment that I provided to that contractor. So, I had a little skin in the game there. And,
nice, good job.
The end result was all of this drama. I would not have advised her to do that presentation that day because I was not. I had asked Mike to do a fly around and hold off when just a couple days after he announced that we were both down in Dallas at an event, and we're in privately with Trump and talked. And I said, gosh, Mike, I don't think you understand it. And I knew where the information was coming from.
Yeah.
And, but I do think on the whole that it still was a plus. I wasn't happy about the way it went, but when you look back at history and eyes on and attention level and like that, I think it moved the ball forward, and that's undeniable at this point in time. So even if you had problems with the way it happened, that's in the history books now, and we're on the way to some amazing wins. So, hey, I've got to bow out.
Thanks.
It went long on Trump not doing the news conference right off, and then the news conference went long, and I've got to get ready for a flight. So I apologize, but we'll talk again shortly. A lot of things will happen over the next few days, and go get your the called coins before they go up price.
I'm headed over there right now. So thanks for coming on, Juan. Much appreciated.
Always appreciate it. No, Michael, I am so appreciative getting to do stuff on short notice with you. And we do have a different kind of a conversation than I can have with some of the other folks. And I apologize for interrupting you. I just get excited.
No, I do too. Great, Juan. Thanks a lot, and safe travels.
All right. Appreciate you. Appreciate the whole audience. And by the way, say a prayer tonight for Tina.
Definitely.
It can't come too soon. It's coming. Can't come too soon. And thank you to God Almighty that we have Trump in position and these things are taking place now. This is critical stuff that I've waited my whole life for this to start turning the corner. Let's go get them.
Yep. Booyah.
And they're enjoying their Boxing Day. The situation, I have to admit, looks very, very dystopian right now. And a lot of people are despairing, wondering when is this horror show going to end? And, there is a lot that is going on behind the scenes that I cannot talk about, but let's just see if we start, some very prominent people. But there is a lot of fighting going on behind the scenes. And in a sign that this horror show is going to end, we have seen the Epstein files dumped. For example, if you look at this one, I was told by military intelligence this is Stephen Colbert with a young child, and they're saying he's going to be the first to go. We'll see, but take a look and see for yourself. That is, a very sanitized video. They haven't released the ones of people actually being tortured and killed, but they exist because that's how these people operate. And this is, beyond any doubt. And we're now also starting to get from the Department of Justice document release testimony about the fake Donald Trump. Remember, the real Donald Trump is 6'3" tall or 190 centimeters, appears with Melania. He has not been seen since June. And this Trump does not have skeletons in his closet, but they've had a fake Trump for a long time, and this one does. And that's coming out, as you can see from these two videos. This is all going to come out, and you can tell there are signs that it really is ending. For example, Russian intelligence is reporting that all the members of the Ukrainian government have sent their money and families overseas, and they're asking various embassies for shelter and protection because they know they're not going to be able to stay in Ukraine. But there's basically nowhere on earth they're going to be able to go. Now, the other thing that's happening is the government of Israel is offering a huge amounts of money to airlines to start direct flights from Tel Aviv to Argentina. This means a lot of prominent Israelis are hoping to flee to Argentina, and they don't want the plane stopping at another country on the way because they know they'll get arrested. They think that the 1,000 miles of coastline they bought in Patagonia and the underground facilities there will allow them to escape justice. But no, there's nowhere on earth these people are going to be able to hide. We're going to go after them. We're going to make sure it's finished. And at the same time, these people are so desperate, they're cracking down in ways that are just hard to imagine. For example, watch this video of someone being arrested in the UK for calling someone carpet muncher. This is a sign of a failed regime. When they are, arresting people for saying something like carpet muncher, there's something very wrong, and this is not going to last. But if you are in the military, you need to take personal action. We are allowed to arrest these people. Any one of us, anyone watching there, if you see one of these people on the street, in public, you're allowed to make a citizen's arrest. And that can be proven in any court. And if they resist arrest, you're allowed to use necessary force. Now, another sign that this really is going to end this time is that a Dutch court has ordered is we need to do something about this reality TV show that is pretending to be the U.S. government. I was contacted by Dr. William Mount. I haven't heard from him in a while, but he told me that Washington, D.C. has been abandoned, and the entire horror show you're watching of the so-called Trump government is run out of Florida. They're breaking international law. They're stealing oil tankers. They're not going to last much longer, but it would be nice to send special forces into Mar-a-Lago and arrest these actors and secret handlers like Leo Zagami and put an end to this show. And I know the P3 and the P2 Freemasons are getting desperate because they've been sending me emails or saying that threatening nuclear war. That means they've run out of cards. Their fake dollar machine is not working. Their control of the narrative, even though they're censoring like I've never seen before, they've shut down so many sites, and they've arrested military commentators. But it's not going to be enough. There's too many of us, and this is not going to be allowed to continue. And the censorship is also covering up genocides in places like Sudan, where the United Arab Emirates, which is another rogue state that needs to be dealt with, and for some reason people don't want to talk about it, but it has to be talked about. It's not just Gaza. Okay, these criminals have to have nowhere on earth to shelter, and the Russians and the Chinese need to enforce this. Of course, Russia has its own problem. Their government is heavily infiltrated by Chabad and the Satanists, and they need to carry out a purge of their own. And one name I'd like to suggest is Kirill Dmitriev, the head of the Russian Direct Investment Fund. His public statements make it clear he's a compromised Chabad agent, and I would recommend to the Russians that they take him in for questioning. But in any case, the other thing that's happening is that there's been a very blatant attempt to suppress Christianity in the United States, and the so-called White House now does not allow a Christmas tree, but they do have a menorah, and they celebrate Hanukkah, which is commemorates a genocide, and that's wrong. And the real Jewish people, need to do something about that, and they will. The Jewish people are about to be liberated from this satanic cult that has taken over their leadership. That, remember, the Holocaust is a burnt offering to Satan. And now I've also been told by Mossad agents that the massacre at Bondi Beach in Australia was carried out. The people who did it, their last name was Cohen. They're Mossad agents so they can justify a crackdown on anti-Semitism, which is really anti-Satanism. Okay, it's nothing to do with Jews. But people are very, very angry, and even though it's not being reported, the governments in Europe are falling. Take a look at these demonstrations in Holland, for example. It's being seen not just in Holland, but all over Europe. The farmers are shutting down governments because the governments have been trying to put farmers out of business so that they can create a starvation crisis and control the food supply. But it's simply not going to work. So in the new year, in 2026, we hope we're going to do everything possible, and I personally am going to take personal action in ways that I can here in Japan. And I've been in touch with police and military types and political types, and the government of Takaichi Sanae is not going to be allowed to last because she's been trying to give Japanese tax money to the openly Nazi, and that has marked her as no good. So something will happen here. Again, we can't talk about all the details, but we all need to take action. Enough is enough. The horror show has to end. Let me just check my notes, see if there's anything else.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. As you wrote in this week's report, Japan is also on the warpath. I hope Japan gains independence from the U.S. and nationalizes the BOJ, but war is bad. Please provide more information that you can tell us on how the war in Japan will play out to your expectations.
Well, Japan is saying now openly that they have to have their own nuclear weapons. And the reason why they're saying this is because the Khazarian mafia has been trying to get money from the Chinese by selling Japan to them. But Japan has always been an independent country, and they realize that they're going to have to fight for their own independence. But what's going to happen is that there's going to have to be some kind of negotiations, because the situation that has existed since the end of World War II is no longer tenable. The Korean Peninsula needs to be united. Taiwan and China need to be reunited in a way that gives Taiwan real power in China. And all these artificial divisions getting the Asians to fight each other must be ended. So there will be big changes because the current structure is untenable. And I believe the Japanese government will become very friendly with North Korea in the new year. But there's not going to be any major war. I've talked to people in the societies, Asian secret societies. They say there may be some small fighting, but no all-out war. Next question.
Hi, Ben. There was no autopsy report or death certificate yet for Charlie Kirk, but it is seemingly illegal to fake a death certificate. Do you have... And what about that comments that Kash Patel made about seeing Charlie Kirk in Valhalla? Kash certainly isn't a Viking, and it turns out there is an island named Valhalla in St. George Island, Florida.
Look, the Charlie Kirk thing is just so fake that I've kind of tuned out, because they're trying to keep our eyeballs on this show with Erica Turk and then these events, and they're trying to distract us. But as far as Kash Patel is concerned, he's clearly not been either compromised or replaced by a fake, because he's now opposed to releasing the Trump files. Now he says that America's #1 priority should be Israel. Kash Patel needs to be arrested, pure and simple, along with Pam Bondi. And it's going to have to be the people within the Justice Department, FBI, do that. And they're legally entitled because they have broken the law. And need to be arrested. That's what we need to do. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Any chance you can comment further on the sharp rise in prices of metals and what it means for fiat currencies and the global financial system? Also, do you concur with Rick Ware and others that the sharp rise in silver and platinum indicate shortages in physical metal and that the world is running out of these metals relative to demand? Do you see the U.S. and other countries going digital or back to gold and silver standard, or somehow a combination of both?
Well, my understanding is that at the very highest levels of global finance, they don't accept money. They only accept precious metals. And what's happened is the West has run out of its own gold stocks. There are multiple reports that the vaults in Switzerland are empty. Fort Knox has only got gold-plated tungsten. But the thing people need to understand is that there is lots and lots of gold. I was contacted by an Iranian source who said they just discovered, again, I'm just telling you the number they told me. It's kind of mind-boggling, but 61 million tons of gold. But you see, most of the gold has been blacklisted by the Western financial system, because if they monetize it, then they lose control over the international financial system. So most of that gold is blacklisted. So what's happening is the people who control the Western financial printing press have jacked up the price of gold that they accept in order to try to lure people into selling their jewelry and stuff, so they can have more gold to hand over to the Asians. But they're not going to get enough, so they're going to keep trying to jack up the price. And I don't think it's too late to buy gold. I think you should do it if you can. Same with silver and platinum and copper, anything real. Basically, buy stuff that actually exists as soon as you can, because some kind of financial black swan is going to happen for sure. Next question.
Hi, Ben. To say the Venezuela conflict for us is just to get their oil, in my opinion, is quite naive. We don't need their oil, but there is an embargo to keep them from sending it to China. The narco-terrorist, communist dictator, and his communist predecessor ruined the most prosperous Latin American country. They have turned it into a dangerous... Trump wants the people there to benefit from their vast oil reserves, in my opinion, and have a president fairly elected by the Venezuelan people. Also, Maduro is the head of all of the narcotic syndicates in the Americas. The deep state, CIA, China, I believe, are behind this. The trade includes gun running and human trafficking. Venezuela has also been a pivotal partner in computerized voting machine theft involving China, Cuba, Iran, and Serbia. They have been stealing elections in 72 countries, including ours, for about 20 years. What are your thoughts on this, and how would you remedy it?
The U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency and other actual U.S. agencies have long said that Venezuela is not involved in the drug trade. And right now, American oil companies are operating inside Venezuela. So I think a lot of what you just told me is some kind of fake story trying to distract people from the real problem, okay? The elections in the West are being stolen not by Venezuela or Serbia, it's by Israel, okay? And that's where you need to look. So I need to, actually personally go to Venezuela to see for myself, but I sincerely doubt, but I just don't know. I'd have to go there myself because there's so much fake information out there now. It's really hard to get to the truth. But I'll try to find out more. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the recent Epstein files that were apparently released in a PDF form and are now able to be unredacted? Do you think that this is a psyops in itself? In my opinion, there's no way the government that runs all sorts of psyopses around the world accidentally releases redacted files in a form that could be reversed and read. Or are you thinking that this could be white hat sabotage from the inside of the deep state?
It could just be sheer incompetence. It could also be white hat sabotage. But there is definitely an aspect of trying to distract us because they're saying they've got 1 million files. They're trying to overwhelm us and arresting these people. And these files are still being hidden. But enough has come out that, and because it's coming from the Justice Department, that arrests can be made and they need to be made. And everybody who is in a position, if you're military police, FBI, any law enforcement agency, you need to take personal action and start arresting these people. Enough is enough. We need to end this horror show. And the real key is to take control of the money printing machine away from people like Jean-Michel de Rothschild and other hidden handlers, because that would end their show overnight. And that's what we're going to try to do in the new year. Okay, well, hope to see you next week and next year. Have a happy New Year. I've ever seen in the English media sphere, including a lot of the so-called alternative media. The big thing, of course, was the so-called emergency speech made by Donald Trump on Wednesday. Tucker Carlson was told by a member of Congress that he was going to declare war. And before that, Trump posted that he was going to stop all the flows of Venezuelan oil. Before that, he said he was going to close Venezuelan airspace. Well, neither of these things happened. Because the military has figured out that the Trump, what we're seeing on our screens and in these White House press briefings, is not Donald Trump. He's a fake. He's not their commander-in-chief. And the proof is that he was unable to declare war, even though he had told members of Congress that is what he was going to do. This is a huge development. It shows that something big is going to happen. And, of course, the real reason Trump was going to declare war is because he needed to use the War Emergencies Act to prevent the release of the Epstein files, which is due for December 20th. Well, we'll see if that happens. But when you actually listen to his speech, he talks about $18 trillion that he's gotten, well, from his tariffs and from promises of investments. Well, in the 11 months, what actually happened is you got $236 billion in tariffs, which is basically a tax on American citizens. And that's not anywhere even a fraction of what they need to stop the United States from going bankrupt. We'll see what happens, but it's definitely looking very terminal for this fake show. But I think things are going to happen in the EU first, because there is a full-blown revolution going on there that it once again is not going to be televised until it's really over. But the big thing that's going on in Europe now is that farmers across the continent are revolting, because basically what's going on is the Khazarian mafia is trying to bankrupt farmers through various forms of legislation in order to seize their land. And the farmers have broken into EU headquarters, and they've shut down London, and they're protesting in Greece, France, everywhere. Watch these next 3 video clips to see how intense that is. Okay, you can see from the videos that the police are running away. They're unable to do anything about it. And in what I posted in my weekly report on Monday, you can see that the tanks that were sent in London to suppress the farmers actually sided with the farmers. So this is going to, get more intense. And already, again, this is not being reported in the West, but the government of Bulgaria has fallen because they were going to try to impose the euro on their citizens, and mass protests, put a kibosh on that. And another huge news item that is nowhere in the Western press is that Gerhard Schroeder, the former Prime Minister, Chancellor of Germany, went on German TV, and he said that in 2018, the current Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, was summoned to the 44th floor of Black Rock Tower, and he was told by Larry Fink that Germany had to stop buying cheap oil and gas from Russia and had to buy expensive oil and gas from America. The result is that German industry has fallen by 20% since 2018. And for example, Volkswagen just closed a factory that had been running for 88 years. They're destroying Germany, and they've reached a point where the Germans are in revolt. So this is happening everywhere, and it's not going to get better. They're not going to stay in power. Now, Ursula von der Leyen has already had most of her former colleagues arrested in the Ukrainian corruption scandal, and the dragnet is closing in on her. She's trying to steal Russian assets in order to prevent the bankruptcy of the EU, but the Russians have said they're going to go after anybody who does that. They've publicly said it, and I'm assuming they're going to, take physical action, although, the task reports talk about all legal means. And here's another clip I want you to watch. This is a Polish politician pulling down the EU flag, stepping on it, and burning it. This is revolution at work. This is something that is ongoing. What we're seeing is the collapse of a system of Babylonian debt slavery and the freedom of the Western people from slavery. And if you still don't understand that you are slaves, take a look at this clip about your birth certificate and your social security number, in case you didn't know this was true. Watching the end of a very ancient regime, and they're running out of tools. Like I say, they put in a fake Trump, but his actions, reveal that he is not the commander-in-chief who was elected by the American people to drain the swamp. He's a fake replacement. And they do that with all sorts of people. It's pretty clear, for example, that Kash Patel, who we're seeing on our screens, is not the Kash Patel who was promising a couple of years ago to release the Epstein files. Instead, they replaced him with a fake, and the rank and file are revolting. They're no longer being able to, you elect a leader to do something, and then he's replaced with somebody who does the opposite, and people are sick and tired of that. They're not going to allow it to continue. And the other thing that people need to understand is that the only thing that is stopping the European people from becoming Russians, Chinese Communist Party slaves is Russia. In China now, huge numbers of people are homeless because they have been cut out of the digital currency, because their social credit score was too low, and now they're homeless, living on the streets. That's the sort of future they were going to impose on us unless we do something about them. And here's some news that it's an exclusive to this podcast, which is, and it's huge as far as I'm concerned. Russian troops are fighting Chinese troops in Thailand and Cambodia. I was looking at, I was trying to figure out what was going on with these clashes between Cambodia and Thailand. It just didn't make sense. And so I asked some Thai royals and some military intelligence in the region. And what they say is what's happening is China is trying to take over Cambodia and build a big deep water port there. And the Russians are trying to stop them. The Russians have made an alliance with all the countries around China. So North Korea, Mongolia, India, Vietnam, etc. And now apparently Thailand so that they all agree that it will ally and fight together to prevent Chinese expansionism. And the only force that is able to militarily prevent China from moving all the way to Spain is Russia. So these idiots in the so-called coalition of the willing, who are still trying to destroy Russia, are the enemies of the European people. And let's make it clear, there's a few people we need to get rid of in order to finish this nightmare that we're all going through. These are, of course, Larry Fink, Bill Gates, the fake Trump, Ursula von der Leyen, Keir Starmer of the UK, Friedrich Merz of Germany, and then, of course, Jean-Michel de Rothschild, who's cross-dressing and pretending to be Brigitte Macron. The usual suspects. We need to round these people up and make them face charges, war crimes charges. And these are worse war crimes, I would say, than even World War II. And we also, need to make sure they don't get away with replacing leaders with fakes anymore. And these are not clones, okay? They're people who are selected because they look similar. They're given plastic surgery. They're trained to mimic, and then they use computer graphics, and they can be identified through DNA testing. So we also need to make sure that the fake King Charles is removed. And most importantly, we need to take away control of their magic money printing machine, because that's the source of their power. I'm just going to check my notes to see if I have something I missed. Oh yeah, another huge news item that is not being reported by Drudge or anywhere else is the massive flooding in the northwest of the United States. 3 states are completely underwater. This appears to be some sort of weather warfare attack. I'm going to try to find out what the motives are, but it's clearly not a natural event. Take a look at this video to see. A major turning point. People are waking up en masse, and especially in the military and the intelligence community, understand that Western civilization will collapse unless we throw out these Khazarian mafia criminals. And of course, that means Benjamin Netanyahu has to go. And we need to get the Egyptian military and the Turkish military to move into Israel and, clean up that nest and restore the nation state of Judea, which will be multicultural and multinational. Another thing I'd like to point out is I didn't want to celebrate Hanukkah because that is a holiday that actually represents the mass murder of assimilated Jews, and I do not go along with this. However, I do wish to wish everyone a Merry Christmas. And people need to understand that the Bible does not say when Jesus Christ was born. So what they did was they took the old solar New Year and replaced it with Jesus Christ. But the fact is that in the Northern Hemisphere, the sun keeps setting further north every day until the 21st of December. And then for 3 days, it appears to set in the same place. And then on December 25th, it starts to move south again. The days start getting longer. So this is a solar New Year. We all live under the same sun, and I think we can all celebrate this holiday, even if you're not Christian. So Merry Christmas and Happy Solar New Year to everybody. And I hope to see you again next week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. After watching Trump's December 17th televised address, many people expected something more consequential, but instead saw a tightly scripted, humorless, and usually self-focused delivery that felt more like an imitation of Trump than his typical presence. Some viewers even noted inconsistencies in physical cues such as height and presence, which led to speculate about whether the speaker was actually Trump or possibly a stand-in. At the same time, this address coincided with the renewed signaling around the election case and a period of extreme weather events across the country. From your perspective, do you see any legitimacy in the speculation about the authenticity of the appearance, or in the idea that the timing and tone of the speech surrounding the events were part of a coordinated narrative or psychological operation?
As I mentioned in my talk, the Khazarian mafia was hoping to use their bought and paid Congress and their fake Trump, and he's obviously fake. Just use your own eyes. Compare the different pictures. Look at the height. They were hoping to fool the military into declaring war in order to prevent themselves from being arrested for war crimes, and it failed. So he was not able to declare war, which was the plan. Instead, he repeated these lies about $18 trillion. And by the way, as an example of these lies, okay, he came to Japan and said he's going to get $550 billion. Well, 3 months later or 2 months later, he's got exactly zero. The same thing with South Korea. So he's not getting, the world is not going to invest $18 trillion in this crime syndicate. They want to pull the plug on them. And their fake Trump is no longer fooling very many people. This whole thing is coming to a crash. And that speech, I think, was a sign of that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Have there been any significant political or security developments unfolding in South Africa that have not been adequately covered in mainstream reporting?
Well, I don't know about South Africa, but the big thing in Africa is that they have cut themselves off from the Western financial system. Muammar Gaddafi of Libya was the first, because he tried to do this by having a gold-backed African currency to get away from the U.S. dollar and the Khazarian mafia financial system. Well, now they've done it. They've announced their own financial system, and that means Africa is no longer going to be raped for its resources. And I don't normally give investment advice, but I'd say getting in Africa now would be like getting in on ground zero in China back in the day, and I'd highly recommend it. But of course, due diligence, as always, is required. Next question.
And with the newly passed U.S. defense authorization bill including limiting funding for Ukraine, which was far less than previous levels, how do you assess the sustainability of Western support for Ukraine and the likely long-term outcome of the war?
Well, the Ukraine war was a genocide against the Ukrainian people. The idea was to remove the Russian and other peoples from the Ukraine and make a new homeland for the Ashkenazi Jews, the revival of the Khazarian Empire. So, for example, Wagner, remember all these reports about Ukraine fighting Wagner? Well, it was the same people. Zelensky and Wagner worked together. Zelensky would grab Ukrainian men off the streets, they send them to a certain area, and then they tell Wagner where they were, and Wagner would kill them with artillery. So this was always about a mass bribery campaign